Waiting for the buffer. I'm still waiting on the buffer. There we go. The buffer's gone. Yay, we're live.
I won't sing. I won't sing so you don't get a copyright song.
I had so many issues with copyrights from two individuals. One I earned really good, and that was the one I got from BMI. I earned that one. I'll own that one. Yes, I did that. Yes, I'll take that one. I did not have permission to play that video, not once, but twice in the same live stream. One time I'd have been fine, but I played it twice.
That got me in trouble. Talking about. Which one are you talking about, Jason?
Korn Coming Undone.
Oh, they gave you, man, I played Korn before. Did you tell me they got you on that?
Yeah, they got me.
They got me on Eminem. That's the one they got me on.
Man, Dr. Dre got your ass. But there's two individuals in our community that are going around. If you make them mad, they will do everything they can to find every copyright violation you've got, and they will slap you. Okay, let me get this straight. The Mandela Effect. Okay, the Mandela Effect community, the entire community, including me and my silliness, put logos up and jingles up every single show we do. The entire Mandela Effect is a walking, talking copyright violation. YouTube knows that. We've got a little bit of leeway and play with this.
Hey, Jason, I've said that before. I'm throwing a strike at you right now, dude. You just repeated something I've said before. Damn it.
Yeah, well, guess what? You said it on my channel. That's my content now.
Oh,
I just got hit last night.
Your channel's my channel. My channel's your channel. Channel.
I
told Fizzy today.
Like, I got hit with a copyright strike last night because somebody else was on my live stream, brought up a Mandela Effect, got ticked off because somebody else didn't give her credit. It gave me credit for having it on my channel before anybody else got a hold of it. Cool. I scooped the entire community on something stupid as a jacket color, and I get a copyright strike from this individual. I'm not saying her name, even though everybody knows exactly who she is.
Jeez, almighty.
And I threw that back in YouTube space in an email this morning, and they go, well, we're going to look into this. They looked into it.
I told Fizzy today.
They called me back. They called me today at work. They're looking into all the copyright strikes I've got on my channel. They're looking at every one that's on Brian McFarland's channel. They're looking at every one that's on Scarab's channel, and they're all over the map, and they all come from two individuals. They're like, really? The Mandela Effect community is a very diverse, dynamic group. Some of us pop in and pop out on a regular, or irregular, in my case, basis. It depends on my phone. It depends on my wife's health. It depends on if I just feel like doing it or not. It feels like Cowboy can twist my arm or not.
Dude, I told Fizzy today, and I said, I'm talking about me being down for 90 days. I was like, I ain't worried about it. I got my backup channel. My backup channel is Jason's channel. Jason's backup channel is my channel.
We back each other up. Heck, when I went down from them 14 days, you think I did a single broadcast for my channel? Nope. It was all for yours. I was kind of worried I was going to get you shut down because, let's face it, I am probably the most graphic broadcaster we've got in the community. I could understand 80% of my videos getting popped for adult content and language, but I can understand that. I can see that. In fact, I actually expect that more than I actually do have happen. And
I don't know. I think it's just, I don't know. My opinion is that Mandela effect doesn't matter who sees it first, who says it first. We're quite a small community on YouTube, and share. I mean, credit, no credit. That to me is just all child's play, and
yeah, I
who
mean,
cares?
80% of the time, you'll never find out who came up with it first. You'll never figure it out. She probably stole it from somebody else on Facebook anyway.
You got your chat up?
You made it. And Hebro's in the house. You should have seen the link in one of the hangouts there, Hebro.
Party puppies in the house too.
Yeah. But it's like, you know what? Who cares? I mean, we're such a diverse group. We're spread out all over the map. And as much as I like Suso, I only get to see 1/10 of his videos. As much as I love Scarab, I only get to see about half of his. If I'm lucky, that many. Because of, me being on dial-up with buffering and stuff. One of his 3-hour shows, it could take me 7.5 hours to watch. And I'll wind up with a backlog of 6 or 7 videos that are 3 hours long a piece, and I'm going, man, this is going to take me all week to watch. Now, I watch parts of it, if I can, depending on what's going on at my house, whether I got to go out and cut trees or AT&T's not stepping on me real hard like they've got a bad habit of doing anymore. I told them to stop selling my freaking tracking location. But yeah, it's really hard to keep. It's really hard to keep up with everybody. I mean, I've had Brian McFarland on my show. I've had Brian McFarland on my show. I've only seen half of his videos.
Rigor sore.
Yeah, and there's people that they come to my show, just listen to me go off on whatever random tangent I'm going off on. Sometimes I'm doing Mandela FX. Sometimes I'm just going on a long rant. It lasts for 3 hours. Sometimes I just sit there and cuss somebody out for an hour like I did yesterday when I cussed out YouTube. And you can't backtrace where all these Mandela effects came from. I mean, if we all had to keep a score sheet, man, we'd have freaking libraries hanging up on the freaking wall because there's been something like, 3 million Mandela effects? They get found on average per year. How are we going to keep track of all that shit? I mean, good grief. The Huey Decimal System doesn't cover this shit.
Well, this is the thing I look at in the truther community is that regardless if it's the Mandela effect, the false flag, Nephilim, I mean, list goes on. Blah, 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 20 of them, right? You're sharing. You're sharing. Your goal is to wake people. If your goal is to just be getting credit for it, that just, I don't know. To me, that's like, yeah, I don't know.
That's why so many people have actually been drove out of the community. I mean, they're great researchers. They're good at what they do, but they get so wrapped up in trying to take the credit for everything. They actually get run out because they can't stand to see somebody else do a video on something they've already done. I mean, that big, huge Hindu temple with the freaking 1 million statues. I don't know who did that first. I heard about it from Rain on the Plains. Rain on the Plains said she got it from Child of Light. Child of Light came across this thing, and only God knows where she found it from because she didn't say. I mean, there's no way to go back to find out. There's really no way to go back and find out. If I know who came up with it, I will give them credit for it on my show.
Hey, Hebrew wants a link. I'm telling him to go to one of the hangouts. It's in that.
Yeah, it's in one of the hangouts. He's in one. I know for a fact he's in at least one of them.
Let me see which one here. I'm going to tell him. Okay, go to Go to
Chilluminati.
Thank you. God, man, I'm like an idiot. Blah blah.
You know, Stonebender's the one that came up with that name, everybody. Just so y'all know, that's his phrase.
Well, good thing you put that out there.
Yeah, I had to put that up there. I mean, I got to give credit where credit's due on that. I'm pretty sure that one came out of Stonebender's mouth.
Who's Stonebender?
I know he changed his name to Darkstone. I mean, it's like he went to the.
Oh no, dude! What are you talking about? It's always been Dark Stonebender, dude. Is that me for you?
Don't try trolling me like he did. I was getting ready to do a video on that shit and call out some fake son of a bitch.
Salted's in the house.
How you doing, bro?
Oh, look at Dark Stone's pissed at you now. Oh, you done pissed him off, dude. Uh-huh.
Damn it, I just can't make anybody happy this week. You're going to give me a copyright strike? I'm the one that created that chat room to begin with. It was created as content off one of my live streams. And frankly, it was Stonebender whenever he was on the live stream. It wasn't Dark Stonebender. Your evil twin's coming out again, bro.
Well, how come
I think I need to send you and somebody else to the same mental health treatment center at the same time because you guys are starting to act the same.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Dude, Dark Stonebender and Stonebender, they sound exactly alike, dude. Just saying.
Yeah, I know, except Dark Stonebender doesn't cuss. That's what gets me. What? Stonebender will cuss. Darkstone doesn't. I don't get it.
Oh, man. Bunch of dumbasses. I'm the biggest dumbass in the world.
Well, to be a member of our community, you've actually got to be half nuts.
Well, like
it's all Party Puppy's fault. He used to work for CERN.
What?
Yeah, he used to work for CERN. I mean, it's his fault. This is all his fault. All these effects are happening because
of my God. Okay, you didn't tell me that, so he's a total troll. I ain't getting on the back of your bike and my Daisy Dukes and my tube top now. Yeah, me and Party Puppy got a date. I'm gonna go out there back east, and I'm gonna get on the back of his bike wearing a tube top and Daisy Dukes.
Dude, are you trying to run him out of my chat room? He's the only one that can keep Salted Cedar in check. You want to run him out of here? Are you kidding me?
Oh, we won't even go to that night that he was that that was the night Party Puppy wrenched Dan on history, and that was funny as hell.
That was fucking funny. That was epic. That was epic. Ever heard of Dwayne, y'all? Oh, God. Yeah, hang on a second. I'll do this right here. I get so many cool people in here now that I'm starting to do this again. There it is.
Well, the Dark Horse Spender, I just can't get your name right anymore.
I know, Darkstone Bender. It's like I'm just gonna call him Darth Bender.
Darth Vader's Bender.
No, I'm just gonna call him Darth Bender.
Something like that.
Be done
with it. He's supposed to jump in. Hebrew, he wants you to resend the link. I don't know.
I just put it in the chat. I just put it in the chat. It's just
nice.
I got to tell Debbie you got that. We'll have her on here quick. If no other reason, just to cuss me out. But no, I mean, we're such a diverse group. I mean, no two of us think the same. No two of us really, truly believe the same. Because, I mean, we've all had a different belief on different things. And that's what makes us so unique in the YouTube community, is because for the most part, we get along even though we disagree so much.
Right. Well, like I was saying in the chat earlier in the hangout, I was like, seriously, dude, you know it's bad when people in the truth community call you a tinfoil wearing hat freak. Right?
You know, that is something I'm waiting to happen. I'm waiting for a truther to walk up to me and go, bullshit.
Dude, I have had it. I've had truthers tell me I'm crazy. I'm not lying, man. There's he, bro.
Okay, dude, you're going to prove the flat Earth by sticking a globe on the Earth on one end of a fence and sticking a camera on the other one, and you're going to stand there and open and close the fence for 30 minutes, and you want to call me nuts?
Right?
Some of the experiments you flat earthers come up with are just freaking outright hilarious.
Well, you Globers, man. You Globers just in a way. Look, Globers still vote for presidents. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. I voted for Mickey Mouse and I got Goofy. Oh, there we go. There's a copyright violation. Disney, come on, get me for that one. Oh, wait, it was less than 10 seconds. You can't even touch me, even though I'm not using the fair use act at the bottom of my screen.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey.
Oh. Basically, we're just making fun of ourselves, making fun of YouTube and their copyright crap. We got a couple members in the community. They're just absolutely going stupid.
Speaking of members in the community that are going stupid, I won't mention any names, but a certain somebody that's got a video up has done something completely off the rails without doing any kind of research whatsoever. And I'm not too happy about it, to say the least.
Oh, really? You mean a member of our community did something dumb, like put out something crazy off the wall that just absolutely makes no sense? Hell, every one of us does that at least once a week. Well, look at my channel. That's my entire premise for existence on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's my entire YouTube existence. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even have a show.
Yeah, but this certain somebody's discrediting the entire community, though, man. I mean, I know you're joking around and whatnot, but, man, it's just really kind of upset me a little bit.
Oh, are you on your phone or on your laptop?
On my phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you get a chance, email me a link to their channel. I'll just go ahead and rip into them once I get my phone turned back on, because it's going to get shut off at like midnight tonight.
I've done already made a video about it, and I put their name in there. I don't like calling people out on there, but I put their name out there. I said, look, man, all you're doing is you're discrediting the community. You've got all the eyeballs on you, and it's mostly people trying to say that we're crazy, and you're not helping matters by putting out these flaky videos that everybody knows. Do you know what I'm talking about, Cowboy?
Well, let me just say this, Jason. Do I have a problem calling people out?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
I put their name right out there. I'll spit it right out of my mouth 100 times, man. I got no problem with that. And I invite them on to stand up for themselves. Not one of them did. Even though they were in the chat room, because when I called their butts out and said that, like, bam, you could tell they were there, and they just started popping that thumbs down. I'm like, yeah, that's right. thumbs down on it, but that don't matter. Thumbs down, thumbs up don't matter, but you ain't gonna come on here, defend yourself. That's all right. I got no problem with that, man.
No, Sultan, that's Ebro. It's on here, bro. That's Ebro. I don't know where Prelim's at tonight. I didn't see him in any of the hangouts.
Yeah, so yeah, I do know what you're talking about, Hebro. Oh yeah.
It just I'm gonna tell you outright, can I say the word? It pisses me off when somebody comes out and they discredit the community and they make us all look like a bunch of idiots, which we already look like a bunch of idiots as it is, though.
We do, don't we? We do. We really do. I mean, if you sit back and look at us, I mean, like, how on earth did they not think I'm nuts? I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the Mandela effect, the nurses at the hospital while Debbie's in there in the ICU. I'm showing videos that, you know, Scarab's doing to my mother-in-law, and they're all looking at me like I'm crazy, but they look into it a little bit. They go, "Why'd you open up that rabbit hole?" Which I got to call Dan out on something. You really need to start doing the Mandanimals again on Mandela Monday. My mom loves that section of the show. You got to start doing that again. That's her favorite part.
Hey, before Stonebender comes in here, no, what's his name? Dark Horse? No.
Doc Stonebender.
Donkey Kong? No, wait. My Little Pony. Before My Little Pony gets it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I gotta tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you why that's a funny story for me. So, my ex crazy girlfriend, right? She when I moved out, she had one of her brothers text me and threaten my life, right? And dude, what guy has a signature at the end of his text, right? And it was Dark Horse. Right, and he's like, he's texting me my full name, first, middle, and end name, last name, and he's totally threatening my life and all this stuff for moving out of the house and everything. And I'm like, brother, I was like, hey, My Little Pony. So every time I refer to him as My Little Pony. Like, what guy has a tag on his text? Like, crazy, man.
You've just been threatened by Dark Horse. Dark Horse has found you.
Dark Horse, you better watch your back. I will show up at any time. I'm like, My Little Pony. You're My Little Pony. I'm like, I'm right here. Oh man, let me stop.
Oh no, that's a pony.
My Little Pony. Oh man.
The only thing worse than freaking people in our own community calling us nuts and crazy is if we don't acknowledge that fact ourselves. I mean, Dan walks up, you know, told me flat to my face in one of my live streams that he decided to join in on. For some reason, he joined. He probably told me I was nuts right there on the live stream, and I just said right back to him, "You're absolutely right. I'm certified in the state of Missouri as nuts." I go, and by the way, Dan, you have to be nuts to be part of this community because it's a far stretch of the imagination to think the Fort Loyal has changed 78 times over the last 2 years.
Yeah, well, I'm legally insane according to the government, based off my past, what I've done, according to the government.
But yeah,
I'm not talking about like violence.
You gotta be a little crazy to one, believe in it. Two, you've got to be really crazy to have enough guts to get out there and stand up and say, "Yeah, I believe this."
Well, no,
Three,
I'm talking about a substance I took 3 times.
Oh,
substance I
there's
took
some
3
you
times.
only got to take it once and you're done for the rest of your life.
Yeah, they say if you do this certain partaking in, certain party materials, you're considered insane.
Yeah, acid, LSD, acid, LSD, PCP, marijuana dipped in formaldehyde, marijuana laced with any of the prior drugs. 3 times you're done. And then you've got your heroin addiction, which is 1 time and you're addicted for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but Joe Rogan can talk about ayahuasca all day.
Oh, shit.
No, I'll tell you what, though, man. It's like whenever I talk to my wife about one of these effects, especially the name changes, you tell her about a name change in one of her favorite shows, and she just looks at you like, well, you know, that look that you get, you know, and it's like, oh, yeah. And then she'll just be like, oh, well, they probably changed it that way, or, oh, well, maybe it's been that way. You never know. I'm like, oh, just go read your book. I'm like,
what I'll do is I'll find.
What's up, man?
I'll spot a name change, usually on somebody else's channel, and party that's debatable. But I'll ask her how to spell it, and Debbie's a damn good speller. I mean, you ask her how to spell anything, she can spell it, including people.
I run those changes.
Names. And
I run past English teachers.
Come here, Debbie. Check this out. She'll look at it and go, nope, that's wrong.
I ran that stuff past English teachers, and they didn't even see it. And I'm not a good speller, but an English teacher technically should be, you know?
Yeah, you'd think that. And then I forgot to say hello to you because I had something else going on in front of my face right here. I apologize. It's going to be my last live stream for a little while too, guys, just so you know. My phone's getting shut off at midnight tonight.
Oh, man.
When are you going to get it back?
Thursday or Friday. So I'm not going to be down too long, but it's going to be down long enough for it's just a pain in everybody's butt, so I won't be able to go and call people out and just be like, dude, this is funny. But if I can get the chance to download a couple of videos from this one joker, then yeah, I'm going to make a parody. It's time for me to start doing some videos that aren't live streams, a couple serious ones, mostly parodies because that's who I am. I'm the butt end of the joke. I admit it. I'm good with that. But if I get a chance to make fun of somebody that's just flat out embarrassing the entire Mandela Effect community, I'm just going to go ahead and do it.
I've got a video coming out, or it should be out right now, as a matter of fact, if I can plug myself real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, on a certain somebody. I guess I can go ahead and mention their name, Brian McFarland. But, you know, so if you guys want to check that out, I've got that video up if anybody wants to check that out.
Oh, you mean Brian actually went out there and did a video with zero research whatsoever? Oh, that's freaking actually hard to believe. But
yeah, can you imagine that?
No, I can't. I mean, there's Teresa Lynch, who's the most voracious researcher on the face of the planet, according to her. You got Gloria. She's good at what she does. Why go and do a video with absolutely no research whatsoever unless he's poking fun of it himself for some reason? I don't know. Why would you do that? You've got 2 on-staff researchers. You've got an on-site technical support team. You've got a channel with thousands and thousands of subscribers, and you go and do a video without doing research.
You know what I'm wondering, guys? When we run this past you, you know how Scarab's like a kind of a hub for all of us? Then you have Brian McFarland. You have other big channels, I guess, that have their chat rooms, and there are people that like connect through that. You have Jason Christopher and his army of lonely housewives that support him on Patreon or whatever. And, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of overlap and stuff too, but what always makes me a little suspicious is when some like channel comes out and I never saw it before, and it's been around for a while, and they seem to have 3,000, 5,000 subs or whatever.
Yeah, they just started like out of nowhere.
Yeah, they kind of came out of nowhere.
You can buy. You can
have kind of an anonymous feel to them.
You could buy
subscribers.
You go to Fiverr.com. You could buy YouTube subscribers. I mean, if I wanted to, I could go spend $50 and buy myself 5,000 subs.
Dude, I did.
Yeah,
I have 251 subs. I bought 249 of them. I did. Just to get over that 250 mark. I did.
That was like $1.25.
Man, I earned all mine. I earned every sub I got.
I didn't see any of that money, Cowboy, and I'm subbed to you.
Really? Checks in the mail.
Damn.
Checks in the mail.
But yeah, it's like, dude, I didn't know about it until somebody went and bought Candy Cupcakes, like 1,000 subscribers. Like, why would somebody go buy somebody else subs? But they went and bought her like 1,000 subs. And it's like, wow. She caught on after like new subscriber 343 because her phone wouldn't shut up. She figured out what was going on finally, and she put a stop to it. But it's like, dude.
I know what I'm getting you guys for your birthdays.
I picked up, I think Hebrew had something to do with this. I picked up like 5 subs off the chat over at David's channel last night. Like, wait a minute. I'm in the chat room just chatting around, and next thing I know, I got 5 more subs. Like, wait, that's cool.
Hold on.
I got one video. It picked up like 400 views overnight.
Nice.
It's like, wow.
Well, half the reason I put a video up that I took of that globe for the first time ever is, I wanted to kind of get it out there. And E-Man presented it on his show the other night, but he cut that interview because it was so long to the part with Supernova, which was really interesting. He trimmed it down. I was like, oh, man, he trimmed off my globe. And half the reason was I wanted to see if my mom's ex-boyfriend was going to troll me so I could block him. Hasn't happened yet.
Oh, yeah, by the way, I've got to say this. Hi, Mom. She's in the background lurking, watching this show tonight.
Who's that?
My mother-in-law.
Oh.
Hey,
she's got it.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Stone? How come you changed your name?
I don't know. I just thought it would be funny. I like the negative, the way that Avatar looks in negative, so I figured Dark Stone Bender.
He almost trolled. He almost trolled me with that. I was getting ready to put out a video calling out this fake son of a bitch.
I know, man. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it.
I was gonna call him out. I'll call you out right there. You're like, no, I'll wait until the morning when I've got more ammunition and more evidence. And all of a sudden in the Hangouts, there you are. You just shut up or change your name back real quick.
I figured you would bug out some Mandelians.
Good.
Hey, Lisa's connected again, right? Dark something. Darky Puppy.
Darkstone, there's still a space between Darkstone and Bender, as far as I can see.
Yeah. How are you doing to me?
Don't tell me it's all one word again.
I didn't really notice it, but I don't, I'm not really that observant, which is weird because I have been Mandela affected.
I don't know. You caught that mirror residue. I saw your video from today.
I know, man. I was just sitting there watching MASH. I had one of my DVDs on. There's nothing on TV, so I said, well, I'll just watch MASH. And all of a sudden, I heard Hawkeye say that. I'm like, holy shit. And I was like, oh, man, I better go ahead and upload a video of this real quick.
You know what's funny?
I didn't have that episode of MASH on today. I had the one with the stolen cameras.
What's funny, bro, was I was also watching your Sweet Pea video, and at the time you said those are my eggs, dude. I was actually boiling some eggs myself. I was like, whoa, that's weird.
Yeah.
Kryptonians in the house. What?
Oh, that's right. I was cooking eggs. I forgot about that.
I fell out when you stepped on that Lego or whatever it was too.
Oh God, that freaking hurt, dude.
That was funny, man. That was funny.
I didn't even try to edit that out.
I didn't
try to edit that out. I thought it would be funny.
You got to leave the funny stuff in there because if your entire videos let them be serious, how are you gonna be able to laugh at yourself later? And besides, how on earth are we gonna write jokes about you later on?
Hebrew, you know, you're some action figure people with your channel over to the Mandela Effect, I think.
I noticed that. I saw a guy that actually does some action figure reviews. He subscribed to me earlier.
Cool.
Hey, you know what's funny, man, is I had one sub that was like 10 years old. And the worst part is I think they only subbed to me because of my name, thinking that it was about comics or about Superman. I was like, that poor kid's about to get their whole entire world shook apart. Quickly.
Well, you know what I'm thinking about doing, this summer in the future, if I put more videos out, is doing a little bit of Bigfoot kind of like field. I don't know if I'd call it research, but just if I find any tree twists or, you know, post my Bigfoot scat video that I took.
Okay.
Found some scat, and maybe bring over some of the Squatch people to the Mandela Effect and vice versa. Because the only other chat room I go in is DDoS in the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project chat room.
Hey,
you know what? That'd be some shitty videos.
hey, Stone,
and that was one big pile of shit. He sent me a picture of that pile of scat next to his foot, and I'm going, son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm going to sit on that one for a while because I don't want to just pop it out there and, you know, lose.
Hey, Stone, you got to send me the link to that because you know me, I'm all into that. Dude, we seriously did a Sasquatch stream.
I know. I saw you.
Have you ever seen that one video where the guy put the camera like in his car or in a tent, and apparently like he's in an active area of Bigfoot, and he actually caught like they came up and like shook the tent, and they're talking.
Was it the one where the camera was still? And you see the Sasquatch's face in the window of the tent or something? I've seen one like that.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if it was that. I know in the beginning he shows like his car, like they came up and touched his car because his car was dirty, so he had like a handprint. And then he turns around and sets it in the tent, and I guess he goes off for the night, and they first start throwing rocks. But then when you hear them, man, they're like, and then one of them burps.
I don't think so, man. A lot of that research is being done now is with audio.
I'll send
that one. Yeah, send it in the Hangouts chat, man.
I'm staying out of the Sasquatch thing, but you know what? How many weeks were you holding that thing in before you let that thing out anyway?
I told it for 3 weeks, man. 3 piles for 3 weeks.
Man, you talk about constipation.
Oh, cool.
Emails in the house.
Yeah.
What's up, email?
What's up, Maria?
I thought that was absolutely hilarious in Scarab's chat last night. Everybody was doing the Fonzie thing in the chat room, and everybody's going, "Where's E-Man?" Like, where is he? I was scrolling back trying to find, like, where the hell is he? He's not in here yet.
I'll tell you what got me. I about shit myself, man. Someone said, I didn't know Kryptonian like Superman. I'm like, I'm sitting here thinking, Oh boy, facepalm moment. You know, it's like you couldn't put together that Kryptonian might have something to do with Superman. I mean,
or you look at my picture, you know, my avatar, where obviously I have the Superman shield behind me.
Yeah, you got the Superman shield. You're named after kryptonite. I mean,
yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna let y'all know early. I'm about to watch my suck team. I want to see how they're gonna be doing. I'm watching the Bulls. My Bulls come on at 9:00. Even though they suck.
Yeah, they do. Kings are going to take their playoff spot this year. That's for sure.
I ain't watched basketball since Jordan and Pippen were playing for the Bulls. Was the last time I've watched.
Yeah, that sounds about right for me too. Right about the time my knee got ripped out and I couldn't stand to watch it anymore because I blew my knee out playing basketball.
Jason, you're the freaking bionic man, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I swear he be ripping his arms. The last time his hand was all bleeding, he was still on the air. Talking about I'm all right.
Hey, let me ask you this: when he walks, Jason? When you walk, do you hear that?
No, I get robotic players though.
You could tell when all his bionic man parts are twitching because he sounds like a robot.
I'll get to sounding like this.
I don't know.
$35,000 man.
Hell, I'm walking around on a broken foot right now.
Oh shit! Jason walking.
You something wrong. You always breaking something. He ain't the body man. He the soft tissue man. He the soft tissue man.
Yeah, I was out in the woods cutting trees up, and freaking one of the logs freaking landed the wrong way, landed right off my foot, and broke freaking bone that goes to my little toe.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Jason, you're the only dude I know that has a bone sticking out of his hand and broken in like what did you say, like 5 different places? It
was broken 19 different places. I got a bone sticking out of my hand, and I kept doing the live stream, and I pulled my transmission out of that van live on the air.
I thought stepping on Lego was bad.
That devotion, boy. You devoted.
You haven't seen a picture of Jason, right? Because let me tell you, dude's got duct tape around his hand, his head, his foot.
We should have called you the ambulance man.
Or Mr. Glass.
There you go. For you.
The Glass Man. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
You gotta drink more milk, that's all.
Can't breathe on Jason, he'll break.
Now here's the funny thing.
He's got his
here's the
tape
funny
right
thing.
there.
Even though I've had my jaw broke 4 times and my skull fractured 3 times, I've never been knocked out with anything less than 480 volts electricity.
Now he done got knocked out, they got electrocuted, they got stabbed, they got hit by a car, ran over by a tree.
Yeah, right? Seriously.
Hey, what's next?
Don't ask that. I'm afraid to find out.
Well, we know this. You ain't no cat because you passed your 9 lives. You ain't no cat.
No. He the hybrid cat, the new cat. You want them? Hey, you sure they ain't do no genetic modification?
I think I had to do something with where I lived when I was growing up. I mean, we lived right over the machine shop where my dad worked here in St. Louis, and I think all the chemicals that came out of the plant and got sucked into our heating and cooling system, I think that affected me. Because I'm the crazy son of a bitch that rode a freaking 18-speed mountain bike down the north base of Pikes Peak.
Oh man!
Hey, I gotta be honest with you. Had Jason not sent me a video of him live in red and white striped shorts and a red tank top and a headband, red handband, like what's his name? The workout dude.
You talking about
Richard Simmons?
Richard Simmons. Yeah, and Jason sent me a video of wearing that, doing somersaults and jumping jacks. If he had not sent me that, I would probably think that he's a robot. But I seen the video.
He can still be a robot. You know, they got the good clone. and they got the clone that look just like us.
Yeah, I know. I thought about, getting one of them companion bots, but she'd probably turn me down.
That's a shame. You're going to get rejected by a computer? Like, now, I don't want none.
Listen, I'll tell you this. E-Man's the only guy here that can make a robot fall in love with him. Boy's got game. Just saying.
I'll be like, look, robot. Look, I got enough. I got enough oil for you, and I got enough lubrication for both of us.
E-Man says, "You want to see my studio?" and brings him to the bathroom.
For some reason, I just got a visual Modulock coming to my head. You know what I'm talking about when I say Modulock, don't you?
Yes, I do. That is so wrong. That is so wrong.
I have no idea what that means.
Me either.
Look it up one day if you really want to have an interesting answer.
I only went to college 2 semesters. I don't know what that told me. No, that ain't working.
2 semesters.
They were like, "Where you going?" I said, "I ain't gonna be that 10%, so I gotta go." I mean, that's what they tell you. I was surprised they told me that. I don't know how many dummies stay in college when somebody tell you, 100 of y'all, right? Only 10 of y'all gonna get a job, which y'all come to school for. I say, so you telling me I done signed up for a lottery? And I gotta pay you?
Pretty much. You get that college degree, you're still gonna be flipping burgers at McDonald's.
I said, that's the biggest ripoff. I said, I gotta go. I need to make some money first.
Well, a lot of young people are going on.
Here in the St. Louis area, get this. Okay, the job market is so competitive. High school students can't even get a job at McDonald's unless they've got college credits on their school.
Hey, Blake, you at McDonald's talking about how many years did you go to college? Huh?
Yeah, you've actually got to have an associate's degree to work for McDonald's now.
I mean, hold on, man. I went to McDonald's. I ain't seen number
college to get your associate's degree.
Yeah. Hey, look, man. Hold on. So you telling me all of them people growing up, when the teacher say, "What y'all want to be when y'all grow up?" and they say, I think I want to flip some burgers. I think I want to work at McDonald's and make that be my career.
Yeah, it don't matter.
And college is like, do you want to nuke
looking for work? I was looking for work. Yeah, I was looking for work. I went, McDonald's is probably a good place to work. I don't know. The hours are steady and, you get to meet new people on an hourly basis. And the drive-thru is always hilarious on a Friday or Saturday night watching all the drunks roll through the drive-thru with lesbians having sex in the back of their pickup trucks. But
are you still on that? You done seen 2 lesbians one time and you keep on standing.
Hey, I actually witnessed that working at Taco Bell.
I know. That stuck in your head, boy. You should have got their number.
I did get their number. I just didn't have enough guts to call them.
Man, they got your number and you ain't call them. And you missed out.
I didn't have enough guts. I chickened out.
I know a guy that's got 4 PhDs and he's working the door greeter over at Walmart.
Yeah.
Hey, look, man, I went to Walmart. I went to McDonald's today. I ain't seen nothing but old people cooking. I said, "Oh, this ain't McDonald's. This is Grandma's house."
My McDonald's, they got rid of now you walk up and touch a touch screen to do your orders and that.
That's everybody. They took all the cashiers away.
Yeah.
See that's what they get for going protest talking about they want $15 an hour.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. That's all they do is replace them with machines.
They knew they wasn't gonna get no $15 an hour because I ain't paying no $15 for no burger.
Yeah.
No, me neither.
I don't know
what I'll do. If I want a freaking burger that costs that damn much money, I will go to the grocery store. I will buy myself some ground buffalo beef.
If I pay for a burger $15, that burger better come from the cow out the refrigerator. Talking about, they better cut that mug up and grind it up and say, hey, you want this lean meat right here? And I'm like, And then they grind it up and stick it on a grill, brand spanking new.
$15. I better have some prime rib or something more than a burger.
Man, I go get the buffalo meat. If I'm going after that kind of freaking money on a burger, I'm going for the buffalo meat.
But they ain't nothing, man. I see people paying $150 for a little piece of chicken. Hold on. You go downtown in the Sears building and go to a restaurant, they charge you $150 for some macaroni, a little piece of chicken with a little bitty chocolate stripe on a marshmallow. I say, what the? I can eat all for that.
Hey man, I've seen your dishes before eating. Yeah, I've seen. So I'm just saying, when you say a little piece of chicken, are you talking about it ain't like 5 pieces? I've seen your place of food eaten before a live stream. I'm just saying.
No.
It's like,
wait a minute. I ain't paying no $150 for no little plate of food. and then the pop cup, and then you buy a pop, it costs $10. Hold on, I can go get a 2-liter right downstairs at the Walgreens in the same building. I remember they used to charge pop at this store and say you can't bring your pop in. No, it wasn't the store. That was at the movie theater. So I go get me a 2-liter and put it in my back pocket. I ain't paying no $4, $5 for no pop.
Oh, Party Puppy just got me. He got me pretty good too.
I don't get it though. Why do people do that?
You know what it is? It's like $150 or whatever for a chicken or a big, plate of food somewhere. That's like organic, grass-fed, non-GMO. That's just so people feel good.
Who told you that? They ain't said that.
I know.
I ain't never heard a restaurant you gonna pay $150 say, yeah, this is organic. They done went to Jewel's or Walmart. They got that chicken that's about to spoil. They had the chicken about to spoil and put some little extra sauce on it, put some basils on it, and dress it up with a little leaf. They put a leaf on the plate.
That's because you're married.
Those chickens good.
When you're married, right? When you're married, you're like $150 for some chicken, baby. Hell no. But when you're dating, look, I'm gonna tell you, I popped $350 on a meal. Okay, so
did you get some?
No.
Are we live?
If he's paused that long and didn't answer, there's your answer, bro.
Damn, $350. I could buy a whole pig and put it on a barbecue pit.
$350. We must be going to study or something.
That's about what I spent on my entire ex-girlfriend the whole time we were dating. $350.
If I paid $350 for a meal, she better come with some bubble wrap.
Look. We were together at the time. Yeah, no, and I spent $350 on a occasion on one meal at a pub.
She better come with a bubble wrap. It's a receipt. So just in case I don't want it, I can take it back.
That's what I'm saying.
I spent $32.50 on the meal that I paid for when I got engaged to Debbie. Dude, what were you getting that night?
$350, they about to give you had you a TV from Walmart.
Yeah, that was the menu. We'll take that was the menu, E-Man. I'll take a TV, the surround sound, and
I'm telling you, had you one of them massage chairs. Tell me you paid $300 for food.
Well, that was back, when I was
Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan goes that meal came with legal papers.
Hey, you better tell that girl she owe you some change.
$350 for a meal. Holy.
I've been to my last job. When I worked at VSP, we'd go out to a restaurant, and of course, it'd be on the company card. You know what? I said the name of it. I'm not gonna go there. Never mind.
I love that one. So that's a good one too. Hey, Cowboy, son said he's got all the love you could have. That kind of money, I do that.
Man,
well, I'll tell you what, a ride on that motorcycle, you're gonna get you a long way, Party Puppy.
350, golly.
Hey, you know what they said? P.T. Barnum said it best. There's a sucker born every minute.
She was like, how much you gonna pay? Man, I'm paying $350. She's like, dang, I gotta give some.
Listen, no, man, I'm so old school, man. I treat them like queens, like that's what I do.
That's past queen. That's past queen. $350. Man, old school, you go in the kitchen and cook $100 worth of food. Matter of fact, old school, you cook about $35 worth of food. Put some candles up. Go get you one.
You should have done, Cowboy. You should have just cooked her a meal. Then you would have. First of all, you would have spent $350, and I guarantee you, then she know you'd cook. She'd have been around.
Right, and got us some. 4
dozen roses. 1 dozen to put in the bedroom. 3 dozen to spread all the dang rose petals going.
And bought some good alcohol.
Let's just put it this way, just so you can wrap your mind around this. I did it like 3 or 4 times.
Hey, you telling me you did that 3 times?
There was one time.
Hey, you know what? Skip that. I'm getting in the girl business.
Amen. There was one time I did it twice in 1 week. Twice in 1 week. Yeah.
Whew. Lord Jesus. No wonder why. See, you made it bad for people like me. I come up and be like, hey, baby. She be like, where you gonna take me? We're gonna go to steakhouse, Mom. That ain't enough.
Baby, he's gonna be like, I heard Jason's stream.
Chicken bowl, $5 Taco Bell box, all the food.
I'm telling you. Hey, we're gonna go all you can eat. We got all you can eat buffet for $29.99.
No, man.
Yeah, no kidding. That's for 2 people. We got the freaking China buffet out here. Good food Friday night. They got all you can eat crab legs. They don't put a limit on you. B&W go in there for $30 for both of us. And that.
Hey, look.
But you know what?
Hey, you about to get me divorced. My wife talking about, ooh, I like him. I say, well.
I get $300. $50 on 1 meal. I mean, that's family. That's food for 4 for a month.
Hey, man,
all you can eat Kentucky Fried Chicken for $19.95 for 2 people.
I'm telling you, I mean, God, no.
Right? You get a free bucket.
Did they give you a whole cake, or did they just give you a little tiny slice of cake?
Oh, the dessert. Oh, you want to talk about the dessert? All right, I'll go there. The dessert consisted of those little drinks you get. Those
they're called Little Debbie's.
You know those desserts.
They gave you a Little Debbie. They gave you a little.
It's like $15-$20 for a little shot of dessert wine alone. You know?
Well, just tell me what restaurant that is, so I will never go there.
Scott Seafood. Scott Seafood.
Hey, so For that much money, I go buy me a boat and catch me some seafood.
There you go.
Were you near the ocean?
And then, wait a minute, you said you did it 3 times? That's $900. You could have rented you a boat.
No, I did it. I've done it more than 3. I did it twice in 1 week one time.
Oh,
see, you done bought a boat. You could have rented a boat for about $150. Got a net and a fish hook and a dive. Got all your fish fresh.
Which why is that? The closer you're to the ocean, the more expensive it costs for seafood.
No, it's actually cheaper.
Oh,
It's just he was out in California. They're nuts.
Wait a minute, hold on, wait.
Big ass shrimp, those big ass shrimp here in Missouri, a pound of them huge jumbo shrimp, that's like $22 a pound up here. Now you go down to Texas, man, you go down there $5, they'll fill a 5-gallon bucket up for you.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I went to a fish store. I went to a fish place right off the water. And then as I was leaving, they had a truck delivering some fish. I said, wait a minute, I thought that came out the water.
Yeah, it's weird, man. But
I said, y'all got it delivered too? I said, I just wasted my money. I thought they got the catfish. They had the little. I thought they may have some nets in the back, grabbing the fish.
Hey, that catfish comes from Missouri. We grow that shit here.
Well, whenever I can buy a girl $300 worth of food, I know I've made it. So I ain't made it.
That's a car payment.
I can barely get past $39.99.
That's a car payment.
She be like, baby, that was $39.99. Oh well, you better pay half.
Car payment $350. That could be a car.
Oh, man, you could have bought you a putt-putt, boy, and been gone. Woo. Woo, Lord Jesus.
I'd be off of this phone and have my my laptop by now if I had that kind of money.
Man, I'm telling you, man. Could have got about a flat screen TV. Jesus. At least that'll last you.
All you got to do is give her a freaking bottle of Arbor Mist and 2 Popeyes, and you're good to go.
There we go.
And go get some of that Cajun Popeye chicken.
Two Hot Pockets.
I love Popeyes.
I like Popeye too. That was out. I took it there.
Yep.
Got us some of that. Got some of them.
Here's the other end of it. Now, again, I was like dating this girl, but my roommate, she was in a dating site, and she went to dinner, and the dude took her to Spaghetti Factory. I don't know if you got them back east. They're really just a family restaurant. Super loud, bunch of kids, and it's real cheap Italian food, like just spaghetti type crap, you know. Nothing.
Right, that's what you get on the first date, spaghetti.
Wait, it gets better. So the bill comes, and it's like $26 for him. And he pulls a 20 out. And he puts it down and he goes, you get the rest in the tip on the first date. And then he gets home and he's texting her like, I had such a great time. You want to go out again? You guys fucking kidding me, man.
Dude, if you can't pay the bill at the Spaghetti Factory, you got a fucking problem, dude.
Me and my wife, our first date was Hardee's.
There you go.
Hey. Don't worry about it.
$20.
I ain't gonna trip. Man, my wife's first date was Old Country Buffet.
Hey, I could top all that. Me and my wife's first date was at Olive Garden, and she had free coupons for free food.
There you go.
Mine was $7.99 all you can eat.
Yeah.
I don't remember where my first date was with my ex-wife. I think I blocked it out.
I'm like, baby, see, I'll take you to see.
I'll tell you what
baby.
I
said, baby, I'm taking you to see different things. They had a shrimp station, they had a spaghetti station, some chicken, they had some butter biscuits. I said, look at this is so nice. Then they had waiters, so I gave a lady a $2 tip.
Well, I lost about 150 pounds in 24 hours. You know how I did that?
You got rid of your ex-wife?
got a divorce.
I like that one.
Say that was a quick look. You lost that quick, boy. You give all the married men a tip like, look, I can let you lose 150 pounds or more.
You should have done the Rodney Dangerfield voice after you did it. Oh, boy, I tell you, no respect.
Hey, so
I gotta remember you can do that now.
Trying to said at least it wasn't 350 pounds.
Right, it would have been easier.
Right,
it would have been easier, but it would have been worse.
Yeah,
that would have made the joke very awkward. No, me and Debbie's first date. We went to the gas station, picked up a 6-pack of beer, one of them foot-long poor boy hoagies.
You got your food at the gas station.
And we went to the park and went scorpion hunting.
Scorpion hunting?
That's romantic, man.
How you go scorpion hunting?
In Missouri, we got scorpions.
Wait a minute.
All you do is walk through the woods and turn over rocks. If you get stung, you know you found one.
So y'all playing Russian roulette.
Laying on the floor, laying on the ground, foaming at the mouth.
Come on, I thought that was a scorpion. That's a snake.
I think Kryptonia's got us beat with the animals that can kill you down in Florida.
Oh man, yeah. You name it.
Now it's the small ones that are the most poisonous.
You know what? I want to visit.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to visit California, but with them prices, I'm scared. So I might go up there. They say, yeah, it costs $500 a night. Oh, I'm saying, look, cowboy, can I sleep in your closet?
Been there, done that, dude. Been there, done that, man.
I'm like, can I sleep in the closet? You ain't gonna give me the room. Just give me a closet with a cover.
You got to watch him now when he comes out of the closet. That's the thing.
Because he's got the shorts on when he comes out of it.
Yeah, Party We've got scorpions. We got two types. We got freaking white ones and we got brown ones. The brown ones won't hurt you too bad. They'll just give you something that feels like a stomach ache for a while, make your arm go numb. It's like getting stung by a really big wasp. But
hey, you done got stung by an old lobster, right? I ain't never got stung by no wasp. Never got stung by no wasp. No nothing, boy. You like to get stung, don't you?
Shoot. When I was doing siding and guttering, man, it was a daily occurrence.
Man, you should go on Animal Planet. Be just like that dude. Talking about Betty.
I can't find anybody brave enough, dude. I'm going up and tearing soffit and fish off a house so I can replace it, and there's a hornet's nest right there. I'm on a top of a fully fitted 40-foot ladder with nowhere to go.
I'll tell you, I have seen this year, I've seen the most wasp nests this year. It seems like there's been a lot more wasps this year than there's been previous years. I don't know about you, Jason.
Oh yeah. I'm out there working on my van. The first part of the year, motor went out, so I had to fix it. Second half of the year, I only had the damn thing back up and running for, I guess, 2 months. The transmission went out, so now I got the whole van tore apart. So I'm trying to find one part that cost $21, but nobody's got it in stock. And them things just flat moved into that van. And I'm talking the big red sons of bitches. They're as mean as a dang hornet is. They will sting you 5 or 6 times before they finally run out of stuff to poison you with on that stinger.
Damn.
And I went through 35 cans of wasp spray in my van alone. Now, I'm not even talking about the house.
Dude, what's up with your van? You got wasps, all that crap going. You got
wasps. You got cut by grass.
I got wasps, raccoons, lynxes, snakes.
You done got cut by. Where did you get your doggone van from? The garage? From the alley?
Dude, man, I got that son of a bitch out in the woods, dude. When I found that,
I was
out hunting when I found that van. I was out turkey hunting, and I find this van sitting out in the middle of the woods, and I said, "Okay, this is cool. I'm gonna check this out." It was buried all the way to the frame.
Now you got stuff coming out the door panels.
Well, you know, in Japan they have wasps that are 2 inches long, and they spray their venom into your eyes at up to 6 feet.
All right, pup. All right, puppy.
Well, what you say?
You challenge me, party pup. Party puppy, challenge me.
So I won't go there.
Jason McCall would have to show me the scorpion. You know what? I'm going scorpion hunting this summer. Because I do it every year, and I'm going to get you. I'm going to show you pictures and video of me scorpion hunting, and I'm going to show you the bullshit we find.
And trust me, it's not for all young people eyes, because he gonna do something about, he gonna break a finger or something every time he goes somewhere.
No, he'll make the scorpion like sting, and like part of it is like he
gonna be on live foaming at the mouth, talking about,
All right, listen, there ain't no story funnier that I've ever heard in my life. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm an old man, not. Look, the Jason story in the water with the leech. That has been hands down the funniest story I have ever heard in my life. I mean, I literally was crying when he said it.
Everybody was, I think. For those of you who didn't hear this story, all right, I was down in Louisiana fishing. I'm on the bank fishing and shit. I decide I'm going to wade out so I can cast into some deeper water out in the bayou. All right, I'm not thinking too much of nothing. I know there's alligators and shit, but I'm watching for them, watching for evidence of them. Well, I had to take a leak. Well, what's the guy naturally do when he's got to take a leak when he's standing out in the river? He just whips that thing out and just goes. Big mistake. That thing felt the heat coming off of my urine. Followed that thing straight up and latched on like a shot back.
Oh, man. Well, that sucks.
Wait.
No pun intended.
Hey, he got a blowjob on the river. Did he react for it?
Wait for it.
Wah, wah.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Keep going, Jason.
Hey, did you get that name?
Now, my good friend Robin Williams will be more than happy to tell you. The man has two heads. We got two brains. We got one on our shoulders, one between our legs. Only enough blood to operate one at a time. When you've got at least draining all the blood out of one of them, you are screwed.
Oh, dude. Man, I hope you didn't get that leech number.
I took that motherfucker home. Best head I ever had.
Best thing to do is just let it go. Let it go until it's tired and full. It'll fall off by itself.
Jason, you're killing the story. You got to go in more detail, brother. You're killing the story.
I'm not, dude. It's over at this point. I mean,
he got the leech number. Say, I'll call you later.
Fuck that! I took that motherfucker home.
He said, "Is you go?"
You took it home for a Bloody Mary.
He said, "Is you gonna be at the same park?"
No, I heard the leech went out to California after that and got a $350 meal from Cowboy.
Cowboy said, "For real? Oh, come on, here. I'll treat you better. You ain't got to worry about it. I'll buy you $350 for you. Right. I get you a nice fish tank and all that."
Well, at least you know it sucks, you know?
You know, if I'd have known Cowboy at that point in time, I'd have gave that thing Cowboy's email address. I think would have let go of my total 10-cent hot dog and said, "Fuck you, dude."
Oh man, Bloody Marys all around. Here we go.
See, I'm gonna get in trouble now. My wife gonna be mad at me tomorrow. We're gonna be out. We're gonna be at McDonald's. She be like, "You make me sick. You could have paid $350 for me." I'm like, shh.
Oh, I thought you meant because you were on this stream.
Yeah.
I thought you meant because you're on the stream, man.
Hey man, just do this next time. Just when you're gonna take her to McDonald's, just tell her, say, "Baby, this time I'm gonna get you the extra size." You know how they do that, like small, medium, large. I'll get you the big soda, the big fries on this one. I got you.
You know, Michael Jordan asked me if I was noodling. Like, no, but I've got a noodling story. I didn't actually get hurt too bad this time. I don't know if y'all know what noodling is.
Yeah, you think
you're catfish with your hands.
Hey, look, man, wait a minute, hold on, I gotta ask a question. This person with this green thing on the channel right now, I'm looking at. Don't that look like Castle Grayskull on He-Man?
Yeah, it's He-Bro.
Sure does. That's He-Bro.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I ain't know.
That's He-Bro. He's got a channel. He talks about the Mandela effect.
Oh, okay.
And action figure reviews.
By the power of Grayskull.
He-Bro.
I gotta actually tell you about that. The avatar is actually a drawing of a tattoo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you need to tell them how you came up with the name He-Bro. I know how, because I know exactly how you came up with the name, but I don't think E-Man knows.
Oh yeah. Well, there was a black guy action figure on He-Man. I don't know if you probably might know about this. I don't know, but there was a
it's that white girl, Marie.
I'm a white girl. Hi.
No, there was a black guy action figure of He-Man, and it was the only one that I'm aware of that ever existed.
He looked like he was black. He the only person that went from white to black.
No, he's talking about there's actually one that is, though. They call him He-Bro.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've heard about that action figure. That thing is like the rarest thing on earth.
Yeah.
No, every time I was always wondering, how did he turn from white to black?
They just created one toy.
With yellow hair.
They only made like 100 of them. It's a limited edition release for the African American community because He-Man was too white for them.
I say that's the first person that had chemtrails over the castle that burned their skin. Every time he hold up his sword, the skin burned. Lord Jesus.
Yeah, that was
a pretty rare. It was pretty diverse.
Yeah, that was an extremely failed toy. It was limited production. It was never supposed to be released to the public because it was one of the things that white men did. It was so racist, even the Ku Klux Klan said that's just too much for me.
Hey, I used to love me some what's the name of them? And I don't know how I was crazy, but I used to love me some what's that Thundercat lady?
Oh yeah, hey Debbie? What's the name of that cat off Thundercats? The chick.
Chitara.
Yeah, buddy. Chitara. That was my first porn. I say, baby, I say,
she's practically naked.
I see naked.
Might as well be naked, yeah. Hey, come on. We had to check off the Thundercats and we had the Sears catalog. That's what we had.
I swear, these kids don't know how good they get it.
Hell no. All they got to do is log into Pornhub, swear they're 18.
I
mean, we had to sit there.
That's why I had to take my kids. I had to take my son's phone because he typed in big booty, and all thing they started shooting was porn. I was like, what?
Never mind the fact Big Booty's the name of a rap song somewhere, I think.
I mean, they ain't give them no definition or none of that. They just started showing them booty. I said, these kids, I said, I had to hide my magazines in the wall.
Hey, CC, I didn't notice you were in and out real quick. Jetrix, Detroit. I think I pronounced that right. How you doing today? Unlike most channels, I don't do the shout-outs all at once because half the people pop in and out so fast. I do the shout-outs as I see y'all.
Calls him as he sees them.
I will mispronounce your name horribly.
I'm bad at spelling. That's why I always misspell Kryptonian's name all the time. And he called me out on it one time. I was like, dude, I'm just lazy. I try not to correct myself.
Well, you know what? I thought I was bad at spelling too. But I practiced spelling for about, I practiced spelling for about 4 weeks and I became a master of spelling. And then I stopped spelling, now I can't spell again. They got this app, right? They got this app on iPhone, and they got spelling bee, and they got these mastering words that's real long. I mean, I was knocking them out. I went from the 3-letter words to the 12, 14-letter words, and now I think I can spell the 4-letter word.
Damn.
I see that. I see that whole caveat. You use it, you lose it.
I mean, the autocorrect function on phones and on computers has made us forget how to spell.
I swear, boy. I say when my talking thing don't work, I'm like, damn, I can't take nobody.
See, YouTube hasn't gone the route of autocorrect and autofill yet, and I'm glad they haven't because it tells you when you misspell something. But instead of correcting the spelling, most people just go start spelling star. Like, okay. But I noticed something over the 2 years I've been doing this. If you're a broadcaster or if you're hanging out in the chats, as long as I have, I've been hanging out in the chats for 4 years. We get really good at reading typo.
I'll tell you that autocorrect doesn't help with names, though.
Oh, no, it don't.
And my thing,
in the chat, if I can't spell somebody's name, I just do the &, or the @ You type the first 2 letters of their name, and it'll pull up a list of names, and you just got to go through the list, and then you find that name.
What if you can't read?
Letters.
What if you can't read?
Well, you're just out of luck. If you can't read, you ain't in the chat to begin with.
be like, what's that? It doesn't matter. I mean, I hate to say it, but what if you just have somebody that can't read trying to chat with you? You be like, how you doing? And they like, and it's about 5 minutes before they say, what did you just say? I just said, how you doing? You gotta get them. You gotta give them the little high sign with the fingers. I said that's bad. I said, My wife said I was texting somebody. That's when they had the little thing where you had to push the button 5 times to get one letter. I said, man, I ain't texting nobody. I said, because by the time I finished the sentence, I could have called them, went to the bathroom, ate some food, that day.
You know what's funny? I just typed this random bull crap into the chat room, and the spell checker did not bother to correct a single thing. Didn't tell me any of it was misspelled or nothing. So apparently, this random bit of gibberish I just put in the chat room has been typed so many times. YouTube thinks it's actually the correct spelling of bullshit.
What I hate is when you're trying to type something and then you realize that you've typed out a gibberish word or something. You have to go back, delete the whole word, and then write down the whole thing all over again. The autocorrect doesn't try to fix you.
Yeah. On your phone, you can't do that. You can't.
Hey, you guys want to hear something?
You have to delete all of it.
Okay, you guys want to hear something that's absolutely insane that you're going to say, like, Cowboy, I thought you were crazy before, but now I know you are? Here it goes.
That $350 bill done proved it.
Here it goes.
Let me go ahead and say bye, man, because the wife wants to get ready to go to bed now. So I gotta hop off.
Brother.
All right.
Okay.
All right, folks. Y'all take it easy. I'll catch y'all on the next.
We love you.
Take it easy, brother. Take care, man.
All right, so here it goes. I watched the movie last night. In the beginning of the movie, I had to give it some time because I was like, what the hell's going on? They were speaking a foreign language. There was no subtitles. I'm like, oh, I'm going to give it time to see if it changes. Like, this is just the beginning of the movie, which it did, and it turned to English. But in the meantime, dude, I closed my eyes, and they were speaking a different language, and I can understand everything they were saying. Dude, language is not that complicated. Doesn't matter if it's English or any other language. You can understand what they're saying, dude. If you really focus, you got to close your eyes. That's the key part. Because when you close your eyes,
you're a robot.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, there's something going on with me. Dude, I could talk to trees, bushes.
I just said you can talk to trees.
I understand foreign language, dude. I don't know what just happened over. This has just happened.
Wait a minute, you can talk to trees.
If he can talk to trees, then he's got the powers of Moss Man.
No
dude,
shit.
I am not lying, man. Dude, I am not lying. I'm not.
What was that you and your tree that had?
Put me in a straitjacket. I ain't lying, dude. It's the craziest thing I've ever experienced in my life, man. I'm tripping.
What y'all talking about? You like, how is it blowing? I'm just thinking about what did the tree say? I'm getting tired of all these niggas pissing on me.
You want to know? I mean, I can go into it. Like I said, dude, however crazy you thought I am, I think I just popped it.
I believe you, man. What'd the tree say?
So I was outside and it was windy, and I started talking to him because I've never done that before. Because I've done it, Stone. We talked about the animals things recently, right?
Yeah.
Now I've always been a dog whisperer my whole life, but I branched out from dogs and cats, so that's what we talked about. But so I started saying, start talking to the trees and the bushes, and damn if they weren't talking back to me, dude.
I mean,
listen. Here's the thing. You do know that, like, if you have a plant and you talk to your plant, it grows differently than if you don't. That's a scientific.
That's like the rice. That's like the rice, the mean rice and the nice rice.
Yeah, the experiment.
Yeah.
Yep, I've heard of that. That makes sense with plants.
So you know what? I'm certifiedly insane, and yes, I do this. And so what? There it is.
No, I'm just saying. I just made a joke. I can see the tree there.
Yeah.
Could you tell that neighbor stop peeing on me, please?
That's what I was laughing about. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the joke that he just made about stop pissing on me.
I'll be right back.
Well, the trees are probably.
If you talk to the dog, like, it's an argument between the tree and the dog. Like, no, I'm just letting you know this is my territory.
He was like, the tree, like, I don't want that water. I don't want that water. That's not water.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example just so you can say, Cowboy, you are nuts. We have a dog that comes, our owner where I work at brings this dog all the time. And there was somebody that used to work next to me that went on to work for the State Department. And the dog would always go to her, and she, would give it snacks and stuff throughout the day and always go to her. Well, she's gone, and some guy came in, which is awesome. I talked about him before. And he's sitting there. And all of a sudden, the dog comes up to me, and people are in my work. They think I'm crazy. I don't care. I started talking to her like, yeah, I know you miss her. I know that she always gave you snacks. But David's a good guy, and you need to get to know him. The dog walked over. Right when I said that, went straight over to David and started, like, making noises to him. I ain't lying, dude. This is some Seriously, dude.
No, actually, you could talk to animals because we could do that. That was our gift anyway in the beginning. We were talking to animals. We just lost the. They didn't lose the ability to talk to us. We lost the ability to hear them.
Well, here I'll give you another one.
You can read their eyes.
This one I told Stonebender about. Yeah, I don't care. I'll put it out there. So
I gotta go say hello to the toilet real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
You know that's a part of a tree. Stop.
So on my balcony,
you can talk to dogs real easy. I mean, all you got to do is look at their ears and look at their eyes. I mean, they're going to be telling you they want to get petted. They want to get
it's
fed,
beyond that.
They want to comfort you.
Not that.
They got to
eat. Dude,
I mean, me and Debbie had dogs the entire time we've been together, except for the last 4 years. And it is so easy to talk to dogs. They understand English. They understand us absolutely perfectly.
Yes, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about I hear what they say back to me. Okay.
Yeah, if you have animals long enough, you can actually hear this. You can actually hear what they're saying.
I'll give you another example where I'm certified insane. I'm on my balcony. I just told Stone about this the other week, and there's a bunch of birds, and they're screaming, and they're flying all around. And I'm looking, and here's this huge hawk, and it lands on a tree across the street from my balcony. And I looked at the hawk, and I go, you ain't touching none of these birds today. And the hawk had an attitude with me, and it looked at me, and it ruffled its feathers. This is what it said to me. I ain't lying. It said, It said, I am God's creation, and I'm going to eat a bird. And I looked at it, and I said, no. The birds that you're looking at to eat are also God's creations, and you're not going to do it in front of me. You're going to leave now. And as soon as I said that, the thing took off and flew away, dude.
Because you got dominion. That's what we had anyway. What's happening to you is what's going to probably happen to all of us. Because we super aware. That's why I told you I can finish people's sentences, or I can know what they're doing before they and I ain't there. That's because I don't want to say third eye, because that third eye stuff has been perverted. But other senses are getting keen. They are opening it up, and each one of us senses are opening up different at different times. So it's not unbelievable. It's because if unbelievable, the Mandela effect is unbelievable. So because they messing with the balance of nature and the time, and they opening up the dimension that don't supposed to be closed, our senses are picking back up. It's just like we lost them senses because God locked them away. They still there, but they locked up. But because the balance of time, the balance of nature, and the balance of the universe is being opened back up, our senses are opening up. Now, a lot of people.
I'm sorry, dude. I just want to say real quick, the Cowboy, I wasn't laughing at you, dude. I wasn't making fun of you or anything like that. I was just laughing at what he was kind of cutting a joke, I was just laughing about that.
Cowboy got sense.
I don't think
kidding. Don't ever apologize for taking a dig at one of us on this channel. That's why we come here.
Oh, man.
Hey, Cowboy says some stuff worse than that.
I just want to let him know, clarified I wasn't, poking fun at him or anything like that. That I totally believe what he's saying. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not totally whatever on it, but I'm not going to sit here and judge somebody just because they say they can talk to animals.
No, it was just something.
Here, I'll give you an example of how people talk to animals. This is something that actually why I woke up to this. So my roommate has a dog, okay, and her dog had a favorite toy. It was this blue ball. Just loved it.
And you were telling me about that.
Yeah, she went out of town and she left the blue ball out of town. Came back, and was like, well, I got to get her another blue ball. Well, couldn't find the same blue ball. Found something similar, right? Her friend, a very close friend of hers, says, I can talk to animals. Right? So she never told her the story. She's like, okay, well, and then I guess they met up and, and she talked to her dog and she looked at my roommate. This is true. My roommate is not a truther. Let me tell you that right now. He won't come to my streams, nothing, right? Been a couple times for a few minutes and that was it. She's not a truther. The lady said, well, your dog said, first of all, she asked me, where's my blue ball? Where's my blue ball? All right, she had no idea about the blue ball. Okay? And secondly, she goes, I wish you would rub my hips more because they get like sore. I ain't lying, dude. I mean, this is.
I believe because, like I say.
So I started talking to animals. I was like, you know what? I've always been a dog whisperer, where like animals are drawn to me, but I've never tried to talk to them.
You see, the only problem I have with that story, is I always heard dogs and animals were colorblind.
They're not.
They're not.
They're not colorblind. They're not colorblind. They don't see color the same way we do, but they associate the words we use with the color they see.
I see.
You know what else about animals?
That makes sense.
They see other dimensions, unlike us.
Yeah.
They still have the vision to see multiple dimensions.
I'm sure cats do.
They haven't been. Now I believe they have been shut off a little bit. Some of them may not see the same dimensions because you'll probably see them chasing stuff that they're supposed to be chasing. But they're keen.
Those could be the ones. Those could be the animal that God did not create, that the Nephilim created.
Well, right?
There's different animals. There's God's creations and there's Nephilim tampering. There's two different type of species of animals out there.
Well, one of the commonalities with Bigfoot, all these encounters I hear, is that they can actually be rebuked in the name of Jesus.
Yes. Same with aliens. Did you know that?
Well, I was going to say that about ghosts too.
That when people go through that whole alien abduction thing, that every time they cried out for Jesus, it went away.
You know what else, Cowboy, with that? You know what else there was with that? Because I used to be into aliens, when I was younger, reading about them and stuff. I have a different view on them now, but that whole community, that whole MUFON community, it's a mutual UFO organization. They have tons of, and it's been around since like the 60s, and they have authors, and it's like a worldwide connected thing. And, a lot of these guys that write books have a stake in the game with they need to make money on their next book. So they're investigating what they think are aliens, but they're finding out that they can be rebuked in the name of Jesus. But the same organization that is looking for the government to tell them, or everybody what these things are or whatever, there's a cover up even within that community, which is technically a conspiracy community, that the authors and the people that make money on, writing about aliens that they think they're from other planets, they don't even want people to know that they can be rebuked because that's their money you're messing with.
Well, did you know?
Yeah,
also,
it is their money.
Real quick though, what was it? President Eisenhower was the one that looked into Area 51 and was the one that spoke openly about the existence of UFOs and aliens and stuff like that. So,
Kennedy want to blow the whole lid. Yep. He was talking about the secret society and the bank and the Federal Reserve. He wanted to cut all that down. Mm-hmm. That's why they got rid of him.
Yeah,
there was some.
It was like a week before he died. I think he was talking about that Federal Reserve.
Yeah,
what I read.
Yeah.
There's actually some Nazi planes out there, and there's actually some U.S. Air Force airplanes from World War II that have fighter markings for. These are the markings they put on the planes for things you shot down. They've got a certain emblem for fighters, they've got a certain emblem for bombers, and then they've got another emblem for unidentifieds. UFOs. It's actually a freaking flying saucer emblem they put on the damn airplane.
Now, I did. If y'all still here when I finish my game, I come back. I want to see how bad they gonna lose. But hey, Cowboy, you know I love you, man. I ain't fucking fun you. I know these things are happening. It was just we was in a jokey joke moment around that time.
Well, hey, brother, I don't take anything personal. Are you kidding me? I got the driest sense of humor in the world, dude.
Right, that's it.
He's like me. You can poke fun at me at just about anything, and I'm not. If I do get mad, I'm not going to stay mad at it long. I'll be going. I'm going to crack my own joke about it later.
I was just in the jokey joke mode right there, but yeah, I know that all of that stuff is possible, and nothing. If God say that we can move a mountain if we have faith in the grain of mustard seed, I know we should be able to talk to animals and trees and all that. And so I appreciate y'all invitation, and everybody that's on the chat right now. I'm just putting a plug in. I'm gonna have a show tomorrow at 9 p.m. with the crew. Hey, I gave it a name, Cowboy. We gonna call it the crew. It's gonna be called the crew.
Nice.
Skip the view and skip all that. It's gonna be called the crew.
Hey, Cowboy, how about you do me a favor? Could you put Hebrews channel in the chat and put E-Man's channel up in the chat?
Yeah, so
I don't have the availability at the moment because of my nasty internet connection.
It's a live stream, E-Man? It's gonna be a live stream?
Yeah, it's gonna be at 9:00 p.m. Eastern. I put a video up, a 22 video clip up, and so I'm gonna try to, because I didn't want to step on Dan and who else?
Armor Up.
Yeah, Armored Up is in there. Noble is D's in there.
McFarlane, Brian. And so they had theirs on Monday.
Step on him, even though he steps on me all the time. I'll go live, and then freaking 15 minutes later, if Teresa Lynch doesn't get an invite from me, she's got Brian going live, and it's completely retarded.
So they normally do Friday and Saturday, and
Scarab's got Monday, Friday, and Saturday on. Yeah, Scarab's got Monday, Friday, and Saturday.
And so I said, ain't nobody doing nothing Wednesday, so I'm gonna do it on Wednesday. And I even put the first season, Cowboy.
I think Suso's got a live show on Wednesday.
How about the crew? Who?
Suso.
Who's that? I never heard that name.
He's on the fringes. He's a really nice guy. He does some really good videos, but
I gotta check him out, man.
Yeah, SUSL.
But yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and watch this losing team. I don't know. I've always been a Bulls fan. Like, even they lose, I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna
stick with your team, man.
Yeah, we're gonna run till about probably 9:45 our time here, Central Standard Time, and then shut it down. I gotta go to work tomorrow morning.
It's 9:20. So, all right. So I'll catch y'all later, and I love everybody. I love the community, and much love.
Hey, we love you too.
Love you, brother. Take care, man.
All right.
Take care now.
Yeah.
Hey, man, 31 tonight.
And there's what I'm talking about, diversity of the community. That's what I was talking about to begin with. We're all different in some way, shape, form, or fashion. We all believe differently in some way, shape, form, or fashion. There's not a single one of us that believes identically to our neighbor. There's no reason to get pissed off because, hey, Cowboy believes something I don't. He's flat Earth. I'm round Earth.
I'm Cube Earth.
I believe in round Earth. I believe in the moon landing too. So,
yeah, I do too.
Oh, let's not start going there. We got another whole show right there.
Oh, I know that is an entire show right there.
Oh man,
that's a 4-hour super special right there, buddy.
Well, if you know there's no space, if there's no space, there's Eternia. You know, so you got to kind of like.
This would be actually a great segment to another segment of your show, because we got me and Stone on one side and you and Hebro on the other side. We can't get more even on that.
No, sure can't.
Because me and Stone,
I have studied science for a long time.
Yeah, science is a religion. Let's not forget that. Okay.
Science is a form of a religion. I am not going to dispute.
It's the largest religion. Is the biggest religion. There's no other religion bigger than science.
Actually, there are more Christians than people that believe in science. Believe it or not.
A lot of those Christians believe in science too. So there's a big overlap there.
There is an overlap.
You know what I mean?
But you're
people that don't believe in science.
You're not going to tell me that.
Hebro. Let's ask Hebro. You believe that we land on the moon. So help me out here and tell me if this is okay, Jason. Why you believe we land on the moon? What part of that, or because NASA tells us, or like what?
Well, I just don't think that we, what do we have besides beating the Russians at that time? What did we have to gain by lying about it and showing fake footage? I mean, CGI wasn't even around until about 100 years, or not 100 years, but about 80 years since then. So I don't know where people are getting that from. And I just don't see any reason. Did we make money off of landing on? Well, I guess we did, sort of, for the department. But tell me why you believe we didn't land on the moon.
Well, first
I'll answer
of all,
that question.
Okay, first of all, I think there is no space. I believe in the firmament. I believe in a flat Earth, and not, I guess, flat like a plane. Okay, like I don't believe we're a globe. I don't believe we're spinning. I don't believe that we went to the moon. What I believe is that they are trying to break the firmament, the same thing that they've been doing since the beginning of time. They want to bring the fight to heaven. And what I believe is that NASA has done this to generate money from us to try to break through the firmament, because they know we can't go to space, because space, the term space alone is a joke, is irrelevant. There is no space. We are not a spinning ball in a huge galaxy universe. We are the center. The Bible says we are stationary. The sun and the moon revolve around us. I do not believe. And then we can go into the scientific parts of why we didn't land on the moon. Because according to NASA, they talked to them from a wired, connected phone real time. We can't even get cellular phone in the mountains. Or,
they didn't use wired phone. They used freaking shortwave radio.
Shortwave to the moon. Okay, so that's comical too. So the other part is, according to them, the computer chip that they use, right? The technology they're telling us is the computer chip in the Nintendo, the original Nintendo, was bigger than the computer chip that they used to go to the moon.
The technology I have on my smartphone is more advanced than the technology I had on the Space Shuttle Challenger. What's the point? Technology advances.
Oh, I was muted. Here, let's back up for a minute for Hebro, man, for Hebro's sake. this whole thing with the flat Earth, Hebrew, have you looked into any of the flat Earth channels, like any videos, or if so, how much time did you spend on them?
I'll be honest with you, and to tell you the truth, I just can't get past the idea of a flat Earth if we've got ocean to ocean to, I mean, I've seen like Lone Wolf's channel, and who's the other guy? He also does the flat Earth thing.
There's a lot, there's Mark Sargent, some of the bigger ones, Jeranism, Eric Dubay. And let me tell you something. I did spend a lot of time over the last, year and a half or something looking into that. And I ended up subscribing to a lot of channels. I probably had 15 at least at one point. And what people are saying is what's going on with it. I mean, I don't know, like real recently, because I unsubbed to pretty much all of them. I figured if I get an update that's some breaking news about it, Cowboy will probably tell me, But what people are saying is they're doing laser tests now on across the ocean and from different buildings and stuff, and the curvature, they're not finding any curvature. And they're saying, I don't know anything about spherical trigonometry, but they're saying that if a sphere has a certain circumference and a certain diameter, that it has to have a certain drop, which is the curvature of the Earth. And that drop is supposed to be 8 inches per mile square. And they're not finding, there's like hundreds of people that are doing tests with lasers that aren't finding any of that curvature. So if you think that, let's say somebody did a laser test and they figured out that it was 4 inches per mile square. So there was a drop. That would mean that the Earth would have to be half the size that it is. And, we have in our textbooks and everything, there's a certain circumference to it that's like fixed science, 25,000.
I just seen a video done by somebody who was racing his freaking SUV at an airport versus planes that are coming in at landing speeds. I mean, we're talking small airplanes.
Oh yeah, I mean the Earth is big, and that's a big argument.
If you're going to sit there and try to prove the airspeed of an airplane, don't compare a Cessna to a 747 jumbo jet. That jumbo jet's doing 500 miles an hour. The Cessna's doing 140 at full speed.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad arguments for it. I think the worst argument for flat Earth is that if you have a level on a plane, that it remains level, and people are latching onto that's one of many arguments. But even if it was a sphere, that level would still remain level, because the gravity is pulling down towards the center of the Earth. So that's one of the arguments that is really bad about it. But let me tell you, after looking at all the information, I decided that flat Earth community is so nasty, and there's a lot of shills in it, that I ended up unsubbing to a lot of that. But once you get into the flat Earth, you got to get into the ISS space station and NASA and all this stuff.
Well, let me ask you this real quick, though. If there was a flat Earth, wouldn't our mountains, like Mount St. Helens and all that, be flooded out by our oceans?
No, not at all.
Well, they're higher. I mean, the idea is that the water and the ground and the mountains have, texture, and there's high mountains, there's deep pitches in the ocean, but it's basically, it's pretty much flat. But now I ended up unsubscribing to a lot of flat earthers, all of them, because that community is kind of nasty. And what the flat earth has taught me over the last year and a half or so is that I'm 100% convinced that it's not a sphere, and there's different reasons for that. I'm 100% convinced that the ISS space station and everything they do up there with the astronauts and their Masonic hand gestures to each other and all this stuff, and a lot of the mistakes they make on like green screens is total BS. So it adds up to me that that's something they're hiding. But what they're saying, Hebrew, about the whole flat earth thing that relates to the Bible is that you can bring it back like to different passages in the Bible, but it's vague. It's not 100%. But what people are saying is that the whole NASA thing, because that brings you into NASA, and people put like a magnifying glass on the ISS and on NASA and all these different tests and stuff. So as it is today, I don't call myself a flat earther because I cannot see it for myself, but I'm 100% convinced that it's not a spinning ball, and I'm 100% convinced that NASA is totally full of shit. But here's my one thing that I can't get over as far as the different proofs on that is that, all right, you picture a sphere, and we're all on different places on the sphere. So it's like if you put push pins into a globe, that's kind of like you, if you can picture that, that's like you standing there. Like if you put it on the equator, you're sideways. If you put it on the top, you're straight up and down. And if the globe was really what they say it is, that would work because gravity is pulling you towards the center of the earth. But Jason, maybe you could help me with this one too, because you're a builder. Is the thing I can't get past about the rotation of the earth because in my neck of the woods in the Northeast, it's supposed to be like 850, 900 miles an hour. And at the equator, it's like 1,100 or 1,010 miles an hour. What I can't understand is how could a law of physics negate the theory of gravity? Because gravity is pulling you down to the earth. But if I'm standing here or if I'm stacking a bunch of bricks up, let's say, right? I'm kind of on the side of the earth if you're looking at the globe in New York State. If I'm stacking like 30 bricks on top of each other, the gravity is pulling it straight down. But then if you're on a merry-go-round or whatever those things are called in the park, and you're spinning around on that, there's a force that's a law of physics that's pulling you away from the center because you're spinning. So the earth is big, but if we're going 900 miles an hour, how could a theory of gravity cancel out a law of physics? So in other words, I think that if the sphere was the way it say it was, the way it say it was, we would be constantly being pulled towards the south. Like if you were standing there or if you were building something, you would feel a tug constantly to the south if you're north of the equator, because that law of physics isn't going to be canceled out by the gravity. The gravity might keep you down to the ground if gravity is what they say it is. But then again, you're spinning 950 miles an hour. So how are you going to stack 30 bricks on top of each other without that force toppling them to the south?
You've got some good points there.
Force of gravity being affected on your person and on the bricks you're stacking and on the tile I'm putting on the wall and the mortar I'm mixing in my bucket is actually strong enough coming out of the core of the earth to outweigh the centrifugal force being forced upon your body by the spin rotation of the earth.
It could be a lot more, but how could that not be a measurable force, though?
Plus, helicopters, if you think about helicopters have to use drag and rotation in order to even get off the ground. If they can't use that drag, you're talking about gravity. If they can't use the gravity of that drag, the rotation would not be able to get the helicopters even off the ground if we didn't have that force of gravity.
You've got two complementary systems that work together here. I mean, if it weren't for the centrifugal force, I'd weigh 900 pounds and I'd never be able to get myself out of bed. So the centrifugal force of the Earth's rotation actually makes me light enough to where I can get out of bed, function, and do my job.
That would only be at the equator, though. That would only be at the equator, because at the equator, you're 90 degrees to the Earth. You're standing there.
I've been to the equator. I weigh 30 pounds lighter.
Well, I can see how at the equator things should be lighter.
Yeah, I weigh 30 pounds lighter on the equator. Believe it or not.
That weight thing is
sitting here in St. Louis, I weigh 150 pounds. On the equator, I weigh 120.
You sure it's not because you walked there and you lost a bunch of weight walking like 1,000 miles?
No, I flew there. I flew there a long time ago. Yeah. I weigh 30 pounds lighter on the equator. because of the centrifugal force at the equator. So yeah, what you're saying is true in a way, but the gravitational force of the Earth is enough to keep you glued at the damn ground. The tile on the equator that we put on the wall and the bricks that are used in the walls are bigger and they're heavier. Why?
Yeah, but I just can't wrap my head around how you can't measure that force. There should be some scientific instrument that can measure the force being pulled south, even though it's stuck to the ground. If you place like a 4x4, you balance it on the ground, let's say on a very flat surface, it's being pulled down, but there's got to be something that would be able to measure that pull to the south.
Okay, how about
this?
How about this? How about this? How about we try to organize an experiment, and I'll prove this point. We can prove this point. It's going to cost us all a lot of money. We've got to get a national standard 10-kilogram weight, have it weighed in the United States, somewhere in northern United States, say New York, for example. I mean, that's where you're from, New York. We'll have it weighed in New York. Then we'll have it flown down to the equator. Anywhere on the equator, doesn't matter. As long as it's in a sealed container that nobody can mess with it or interfere with it, and weigh it on the same scale that nobody can interfere with, and that'll prove the interaction between centrifugal force and gravity being affected on the Earth by the two different things. Einstein's theory of relativity tells it out very well.
Well, yeah, but isn't that weight and measured things like what a gram is or what an ounce is? That's a standard all around the world, though.
Well, here's the thing also.
Out there weighing up their stuff, their drugs and stuff,
yeah,
down south by the equator.
That's why Colombia and cocaine's so cheap here in St. Louis.
Well, here's the thing also, Stone, real quick. If let's just say for the sake of argument that NASA is full of shit, wouldn't that discount people who UFOs and aliens and all that stuff? That would disprove them, right? Really quick, because
here's the thing about Hebrew
out there is example. But you are going to notice a weight difference because the centrifugal force is interacting differently.
All right, look, I'm not gonna. I'll get into the whole weight thing and the flying and all that in here a second. And I don't mean to jump on your answer here, Stone, but I'm sure you agree. The whole thing with the aliens and the UFOs and all that. Part of the whole deception of the global Earth, we're a spinning ball in this huge universe, little peon in the universe, is all about alien deception and UFOs. This is what would be known as the alien deception. The alien deception is that there's no religion that believes in aliens. Okay, but now you're starting to see it more and more. You're even seeing the Pope saying that if it's true, we're going to rewrite the Bible and that he's going to baptize them. It's all been a plan from the beginning. You got to remember, right? Nothing's changed. This has been Satan's plan from the beginning. And the alien deception will destroy all religions and create the one world religion and worship the person that's not God and Jesus coming back. It's going to be the aliens coming back to save us.
Well, Lucifer wants the same thing that these aliens want, basically, is what Cowboy's saying, too.
Cannot have the alien deception without space and multiple vast universe. That has been the deception from the beginning to create that. That's the big, listen, when you realize NASA, this is the thing that they spend billions of dollars a month on is NASA, because if it gets out that NASA is not truthful, we did not go to the moon, and the Earth is flat, and we live in a firmament, and we are stationary, we're not spinning, it destroys everything. everything you've ever known. It's the biggest lie there is.
Well,
it's
what
the
about?
Biggest one.
Well, just forget about NASA for a moment, even. And what about other organizations like Russia and all the other world?
You're going into another subject, bro. You're going into believing that your vote counts presidents and that all the leaders are different for each country when they're all puppets, in my opinion, working underneath the same umbrella, the same pyramid you see on your dollar bill underneath the one seeing eye. They're just a brick in that pyramid. They're just a puppet within that pyramid. They're all part of the system. And working together, that gives you the idea that you have a choice. When in reality, they present a choice that you really don't have. You're choosing the same system, the same everything.
Yeah, if you get into secret societies, it's kind of easy to see that. I mean, if you think of it like, all right, that's their district over there in Russia, and this is our district, and you got Putin and whatever presidents here, and it's because you think about it, there's a very small, once you get into the secret society thing, there's a very small percentage of the people that supposedly control the world, and there's so many more of us that they have to keep us at odds. They have to keep us in fear with, Russia, Russia's coming, or it's the next enemy. And the highest echelons, because there's free Masonic lodges in every country, even China. And once you get into those higher echelons of power, in my opinion, for like looking at this stuff for years, they really, all their beliefs are the same. Like communism, democracy, like that doesn't matter to them, because when you go into a Masonic lodge, you leave all that stuff at the door because your brother's under a secret society. And all the things that are surrounding flat earth that we were talking about, like the alien thing, NASA and all that stuff, is something that points me heavily towards the earth actually itself being flat, and that being a deception. But I also think that they might have released that on purpose, because what's it done? Like, I don't follow that anymore, because I don't believe that that's ever going to be disclosed by somebody's laser test or somebody's, GoPro they put up in the sky or whatever. That is never going to happen. I don't believe that truth is ever going to come out. But if they, 500 years ago, in other words, these secret societies that have a base of Satanism, they wanted everybody to think that, God is dead, basically. And what better way to do that than putting on a little ball in a cold, dead universe spinning around the sun? And, what our eyes see, when we look up in the sky, we see the stars move, you see the sun move, you see the moon move, and you don't feel like you're moving. But the world over 500 years has convinced all of us that what you see with your eyes and feel with your body and experience is the complete opposite. So that's the scary part. That's why it kind of clicked with me. And, that whole thing is one of the biggest proofs to me is when you're on a beach and you see a ship go out to the ocean and it goes over, it disappears, right? And supposedly it's over the curvature of the earth. That's why you can't see it, because there's water between your eye and that ship. But if you take a pair of binoculars and you look again, you see the ship again. And then it goes it gets smaller and smaller, disappears again. Then you take a telescope, you look at it again, and it's still there. And if you think about it, one of the arguments is, why can't I see all the way to England or something? Well, the ocean is constantly evaporating that water. So there's only a certain distance anywhere, even on a clear day, that you could see without an object just fading off into nothing. And I know a lot of people say that, you can see the curvature from a plane, but I've looked at a lot of those pictures that people have taken after the flat earth movement came along of out of airplane windows, and a third of them, the horizon looks flat. About a third of them, it looks like there's a slight curve, and about a third of them, it's actually convex. So when you're looking out into that distance with the water vapor coming off the ocean, it's so blurred out that it's just random how you see it, And it seems like a really big cover-up, but I don't think that pilots are in on it and all these people are in on it. The people that really have to be in on it are the people that go to space, and there's only been 500 people that have ever been to space so far. And I believe they're in secret societies, because once you get promoted to that from the Air Force, you know, those guys are doing Masonic hand gestures up there, man. And I believe that the Freemasons, from what I've read throughout the years, that they are actually in league with the devil, ultimately.
I just have trouble believing that all that space footage and stuff is faked, because when they come out with the what's his name that did the Full Metal Jacket movie, and the what's that other really good movie he did, Space Odyssey, when I'm thinking that the footage that they're talking about, that they're showing of the supposed the fake moon landing, is footage that he had on the cutting room floor that he did later on for the 1001 Space Odyssey movie, is what I'm thinking.
That's a distinct possibility. Noble just asked a question earlier, and I want to address that before I forget about it. Noble just asked if the moon rotated. Yes, it does. Just not from our perspective. The moon orbits the Earth every 28 days. The moon also rotates in its own lunar day every 28 days.
What do you mean rotates, like top to bottom?
No, side to side, just like the Earth does. And
in other words, the moon is...
that's why we always see one side of the moon.
Yeah, the moon's rotating at the same rate as supposedly as it's going around the Earth, so we only see one side.
They call it tidally locked, is what they call it. Its actual rotation during its day is actually 3 seconds different now, because it's starting to move away from the Earth. And it has been forever. So eventually it's going to become unlocked, and we'll actually be able to see the far side of the moon, but we'll never see it in our lifetime. Or shit, we're talking 10 million years, we might be able to see part of it.
Well, my question to that would be that
it rotates at the same rate it orbits, and that's why we only see one side of it. It's tidally locked.
Yeah. Well, my question to that would be if
oh, sorry, Guy. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hebro. No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, my question to Noble would be, I'd be interested in knowing what his thoughts are on Flat Earth. I've never seen any of his. Does he have Flat Earth videos?
He's got videos on a little bit of everything.
All right.
A lot of Mandela effect. Yep.
You can't do the Mandela effect without having some kind of content on Flat Earth.
Dude, I think he was the first. I think the first JFK footage I saw was his. That blew my mind a couple of years ago on his channel.
Yeah,
with the car. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually had the first video out there with the original Cadillac, and it's a 2-seater, not a 3-seater.
It'd be nice to hear him.
Yep.
I'm not sure his thoughts on that subject.
I don't know if I got his email address or not. I think I do. I don't even know.
I thought he was asking a question from the chat.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I could send him an invite. I don't know if he'd come on.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, there's a whole group of people out there that's where they won't come on my show while I'm drinking, and I can't say I blame them, because I mean, that just, I can't say I blame them for that.
You had Scarab on your show before while you were drinking, though.
I've had him on a couple times, yeah.
Yeah.
He usually pops in at like 2 o'clock in the morning when he knows I'm good and drunk. He thinks I won't remember. Oh, we got Gordon.
You know what, Jason? Let's get Noble in here, man.
Yeah, let me dig up his email.
Mm-hmm.
I know I got it. I know I got it.
Put the link in the chat room for him.
Yeah, I can do that. Should be the last.
Hey, Hebro.
Yo.
Hebro. You know what you should look into real quick? Eventually, like when you got time, is look on YouTube for space hair.
Space
and what
hair.
Yeah, there's some videos about, and they'll show clips from the ISS space station, and there's a female astronaut, and her hair is standing straight up. And when she turns, it doesn't turn for a second, but then it turns almost like it's got mousse in it. And if you look at the uncut clip of that from the ISS with the chick astronaut, you know, you can see her in HD. It's like pretty long. She's talking about things, and her hair is like floating, it looks like. But if you also look at the Vomit Comet footage, you know, that plane that they take people up in and they make it go to 0 Gs and drop so that the people in there can like float around. You ever see that?
I think I have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And they have supermodels that went up there for a photo shoot, right? And, you know, it's good for research anyway, because I think they're in bikinis. So you're not going to you're going to get something out of it.
Yeah.
But you compare their hair floating around in that 0 G environment in the plane for like 30 seconds or a minute or whatever it is, to the ISS astronaut lady in the space station, and they look totally different. Like the ISS space station lady isn't flowing around naturally, but the models on the rocket, the Vomit Comet, their hair looks like they're underwater. Like if they move their head, it goes this way, and then it you know, yanks over to this side, and it's very free flowing because it's definitely zero gravity for like a minute.
You got to remember on the International Space Station there is zero gravity. There's no gravity there. You're floating around.
That's what they're saying, but the hair is different. Why is the hair different on that woman?
On the Vomit rocket. I love that phrase for that plane. You got to have balls to get on that thing too, by the way, guys. I don't have that. My balls ain't that big.
If there's a bunch of supermodels on there, I'd be on there.
Lines I won't cross. But there's gravity involved in that because you're in a plane that's doing a straight flat out nosedive, affected by gravity. Everybody in it's affected by gravity. You are at near terminal velocity, if not at terminal velocity. Gravity is affecting every part of your body on that plane.
On the plane or the ISS?
On the plane, not the ISS.
Well, the plane's dropping at the speed of,
395 miles an hour. Terminal.
I could see what he's saying, though, Stone, is like there's a little bit of there is gravity with the plane. When they're in outer space, there's zero gravity, though.
Inside the plane, you got gravity, no wind. I mean, go try to do a terminal velocity free fall with all the hair flying around and stuff. Dude, you can't do it. You've got to have it fun up underneath a crash helmet while you're doing one of these dives, because at 395 miles an hour, your hair's going
there has been a lot of
right back.
There has been a lot of green screen mistakes too on the ISS. Like there's just so many of them that it seems to add up. You know.
Oh, are you kidding? The ISS is nothing more than one blooper reel after another.
I know. Plus, somebody made the point of like, how can an electrician even keep his job if you wire that place like that? Why don't they hide the wires? Like if they're moving around doing stuff and they're catch a wire and yank it out, that would be a disaster, man. Why would they take that risk? And then every time I've seen people on the ISS, they're always playing with water and stuff. And, those little beads of water get into the electronics.
Okay.
So there's a lot of good points as to they're making it look like some fancy thing. But in the reality, if they wanted to make it safe, like why don't they tuck those wires away?
We got
any electrician in the world would be like,
they're always changing out gear on the ISS. Every resupply mission's got a different piece of gear they're sending up. And in order to pull everything out to hook all the wiring up on the back side of this gear instead of on the front side would be way too cumbersome, even in space. I mean, you got shit floating all over the damn place. That's why they've got it set up that way, where everything's front wired.
We got Noble in the room now. I'd like to ask him what he thinks about the whole flat Earth.
Hey, Noble.
Hey.
Yeah, I just woke up. I had your show playing here, and I literally woke up to you guys talking about flat Earth questions and related stuff, which was funny. But I'm gonna grab a coffee, and then I'll answer whatever or get into whatever conversation you want there. So yeah, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Cool, man. Well, Jason, too, that whole waking up thing reminded me of something like, let's say you got an astronaut up there for 2 months or whatever, and you go to sleep, you're getting tired, you're in the little thing you sleep in or whatever, and you're drifting off, and you're getting sleepy, and you're in 0 Gs. It probably feels good, but wouldn't you be terrified every single morning that you wake up and have a dream that you're falling off a building? Like, why don't those people, after a couple months of that, why wouldn't they be totally fried, like, from that experience?
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I don't mean to step on you.
There's a lot of astronauts you come back with stories like that.
I don't mean to step on you, but I think, don't they buckle them in while they're sleeping? Don't they have straps or something?
They buckle them in, but still, when you wake up in the morning, you're in dreamland, and then like the first thing you wake up to is the feeling of falling. That's got to be a lot of stress on your body. My other question is, why don't the women cut their hair? They're in the military. You don't want hair getting into stuff. All they seem to be doing up there is playing with water around electronics, playing with food, and throwing it into each other's mouths for entertainment stuff. And I don't know, man.
I watched this one girl on the ISS Speed channel. I was staying with a friend of mine that had satellite, and I was watching the feed. Hell, I watched it for 4 days straight because I was laughing my ass off at the cosmonauts. They were a bunch of clowns they had up there at the time. But this one girl, she's got her hand in this wrist brace. And she was doing legitimate experiments. She didn't take part in any of the playing around, really. They've got their own version of softball.
Hey, Jason, Ralph wants to know if you want him to come on here and share what he knows about this. His dad worked for NASA. Gave him the truth.
Sure.
His dad worked for NASA. Gave him the truth. An excellent story.
Come on. You know where to link? Scroll up, you'll find a link.
You got to repost it because he just came in, brother. He can't see before.
Oh, okay. That's what.
Listen, man, I've heard Raul's story from his dad.
Yeah, let's do it. Noble's the unbiased and on the fence. Oh, wait, we can't use that. That's somebody else's channel's name. Oops. Yeah, so there is only one truth. Unfortunately, we're not going to know it until we're dead. Uh-oh. I think I hung up. Oh, I did. I thought my stream got hung up again. I went, man, I got to restart this shit again. Are you kidding me?
So, let me go into a little bit of the gravity thing. I just want to point this out. I flew a lot. Okay, let me tell you. If this was a spinning ball, flights would be different. They're not. The only time I've ever been told by the pilot of the plane why we were landing earlier, and it didn't matter which way I was going, was because the jet stream was behind us. Not because we're going against the way the Earth is rotating or not. Okay. The other thing, if you have no wind and you let go of a balloon, it goes straight up, does it not?
Not always. Not always.
It certainly doesn't represent the Earth spinning at that speed that they're talking about. Nor do planes. When you fly. So, first of all, I will say this. I am 150,000% sure we ain't spinning. I'll say that first of all.
Oh, that's Rowley. I put the link back up in the room for Rowley, and he's trying to call me on a different hangout.
Huh?
Yeah. He's trying to call me on a different hangout.
Right, I'm back, guys. How's everybody?
Hey, there he is.
I got to go grab myself a couple more 12-ounce cans of stupidity, but other than that, we're doing good. I was actually going to shut this thing down 15 minutes ago, but it got good, so I said, you know what, I'm going to go. We're going to keep this going. I got an awesome match today.
It's probably half the reason I jumped on. It was interesting. I was asked, Hebrew, I think, was asking what my thoughts were on flat Earth and the given model versus the given model. Yeah, my short answer to that, of course, is I don't know. But my little bit, not quite as short answer is I doubt that we're spinning. And I doubt not as much, but I doubt that the sun is far away. So that would be a localized sun for number of reasons. But I certainly doubt that we're flat. There's too many things that don't work for it. The main one being the perspective twisting of the moon every night. It doesn't work on a flat setup. And the fact that it twists one way on the northern hemisphere, it doesn't twist on the equator. It does more or less a flip. It's one way that they say it. And then on the southern hemisphere, it twists in the opposite direction in one evening pass or whatever, evening, daytime. So that can't happen on a flat setup. Everybody would be looking at the same, even if there was a twist, everybody would be looking at the same twist, and the equator would have one. So that doesn't work on a flat.
What also doesn't work?
What else was there?
What also doesn't work on a flat is this northern hemisphere.
Think about that.
When you flush a toilet in the northern hemisphere, it naturally spins clockwise. When you flush a toilet in the southern hemisphere, it naturally spins counterclockwise. And that's caused by the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, I learned that from watching The Simpsons.
They tell us that's caused by the spin of the Earth. Given the other things that I suspect, it could also be caused by the spinning of the electromagnetic field, which is actually in a torus shape, which would be the same shape as the electromagnetic field, I believe, every cell.
Yeah,
every cell, every molecule we have.
Yeah, the rotational status of our electromagnetic field around the Earth, right along with the Van Buren belts.
That would be the Van Allen belt would be like another layer out of the electromagnetic field of the Earth, I think. So we have more of a localized field, and then just like what is the word here? Cell, molecule. Obviously not a cell. I guess a molecule. Yeah. An atom. That's what I'm trying to think of. I'm half asleep here. Same as an atom, you'd have another shell. Oh, right. You have another layer. Oh,
yeah.
Which they say is a shell for an electron. Though I don't actually believe in electrons. But it would be the same thing.
It's made up of photons and protons, and you've got another layer around that's muons, and then you've got your electron layer.
Let me just say, Noble's hit on a good point that I haven't even really thought about yet. If we had a flat Earth, how would all of our compasses work? You talked about the polarization. There wouldn't be any polarization, I wouldn't think.
Exactly. I mean,
if the magnetic North Pole is attracting the compass, flat around. I mean, that's the one thing I don't understand about the compass thing is if you picture it on a sphere and you're way down in like South America, in Argentina or something, that compass is pointing north because, by default, the south end is pointing south. But what's really making it happen is the magnetic tip of the compass is pointing north. But if you look at a compass from the side, it floats a little bit.
That's not entirely true. If you're in the southern hemisphere, if you are in the southern hemisphere, they actually navigate by geomagnetic south, not geomagnetic north.
So the compass, it has the magnetic material on the south part of the compass?
Yes. Yeah, that whole
Oh, I
compass
never heard that.
Yeah, that compass needle is magnetized on both sides. The red side's north, white side's red. The red side's north, white side's south on most 90% of compasses. Some of them are different colors. Depends on your manufacturer. But in most of the southern hemisphere, they navigate by the southern pole. They don't navigate by the northern pole because it doesn't do them any good.
Well, let's say you were at the equator and you had the compass. If you look at a compass from the side, this is what I was saying, is that it floats a little bit. Like there's a little leeway up and down because you're not always holding it dead level. And it's pointing straight. In other words, wouldn't it point towards the ground? Because if you put a straight line between you standing on the equator and the North Pole, that straight line would go through the Earth. So shouldn't that be pointing down? And it seems to point right along the surface of, let's say it was curved, it points right along the surface of the curved Earth, where if the magnetism's in the North Pole, then it should be pointing down towards the ground. In my, that's how I think of it. That's how the one thing I couldn't get around.
In my 41 years of life, I've never taken a compass and held it directly straight perpendicular to the Earth to see what it would do.
Well, you know what I mean. Like the needle floats. It's got a little leeway where it's on a little pin.
It moves back and forth and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, not just around, but a little leeway up and down. So I'm not sure why it would not point towards the ground if it's supposed to point with magnetism. Magnetism is like a straight line. Shouldn't be a straight line.
That's because the center of the Earth is magnetically neutral. The very center of the Earth.
So not really in the equation.
Every point on a magnet, every single magnet on Earth has got a neutral.
Should we get the song going about science? Science. Science, dude.
I'm getting blinded with science, man.
Science.
Nobleness, it's great to hear you on here.
I'm going to keep putting the science out. As I understand it, as I learned it, I don't know if Noble's going to stick around how many more cans I drink. I don't know. He might run away.
To correspond,
I don't want to be tainted by this crap.
To correspond with what you guys are saying about the compass needle, the north and south, and being on the equator, and it's totally exactly just what I was referring to with the magnetic field of the Earth. That is what controls the compass. I think there's not a spot in the northern region that's like a big rock or a big magnet. No, it's where all the electromagnetic fields come up and join and sink down towards the center, which is the torus shape of the magnetic field. Any magnetic field you look up the shape of the magnetic field, it's torus shape. They all bow in,
right?
And that creates a central point, and that central point could shift around. So they're saying, oh, the magnetic, spot in the north is like, I don't know, they think there's a freaking rock moving around or something. It's obviously ridiculous. It's the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and then the same thing's happening on the southern pole. So if you were at the equator, no, it wouldn't point towards the ground, which would be a direct line to the North Pole, like slightly into the ground, because it's not about in the ground. It's about the direction of the electromagnetic flux field of the Earth, not about a single
point. I see what you're saying. North. Yeah, and even though that field extends way out into space, it also is by the ground too. You can't see it, but it's
going to affect from any distance. Yeah.
Yes. But if the Earth was a flat disk, could it be possible that works the same way? It's just half of that. In other words, and it's going up around in a type of a dome shape, which it already kind of is doing already. Let me just qualify that by saying I'm not a flat earther, but I was saying this before that
I can't say I thought about it.
Yeah, I can't get on the same page with the Earth being a sphere anymore because all the material I've looked at over the last 2 years or whatever, year and a half, and all the things that are surrounding flat Earth, like the ISS, NASA, the curvature of the actual Earth, I'm on board with. But to put myself in that category is not a place I want to be, because I was telling these guys earlier, I actually unsubbed from all my flat earth people, because if that's the case, it's kind of a nasty community, and I don't believe that truth is ever going to come out. So I saw it like it's pretty much pointless.
It's like Alex Jones. It doesn't matter how much truth he tells. He's a freaking lunatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
I have never seen so much
first
hate.
let me say,
I've never seen so much hate and diversity in one group. And the Flat Earth group is bigger than the Mandela Effect group. I'll agree with that statement, but it is so fractured and so disruptive to its own self. It's pathetic.
Plus, it's being pushed by the system, I believe. Like, I think there's just a lot of guys in that are big, that are a part of it. Seems like a part of the game. So why would they even be there if there was nothing to hide? You know what I mean? But no, but I want to ask you this, man. Well, I got you. I'm excited. I was talking to Jason before about this. In your opinion, what I was saying with the spinning of the earth and all that stuff is that, all right, in any part of the United States, let's say, or north of the equator, let's say the middle of the United States, you know.
I heard you say this earlier. It's about the sideways inertia.
Like
the Earth, essentially. It's interesting. I never heard anyone bring it up, and I think you got a pretty good point. Yeah, it should be measurable, even if we don't really feel it. Even if we're all standing a little sideways and don't notice, it still should be measurable because it's a continuous force. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, how could gravity cancel that?
And I brought up a very good experiment. I mean, let's get a 10 kilogram weight. Let's get it certified in the north. Have the scale certified in the north. Have it all measured out. And let's ship it to the equator. Use the same exact scale, the same exact weight, and see what that weight weighs.
I thought that the weights were measured equally around, like in all countries on the earth, like an ounce is an ounce. I thought that was an international standard, man.
It's supposed to be. Like they're finding out they're changing the damn standard again. So now's the perfect time to do it. Let's go ahead. Let's do this experiment in the name of science, in the name of global commerce, and let's see if we can get somebody to actually do this experiment.
Yeah, you know, there's enough people doing the laser tests. Why doesn't somebody jump on that? You know,
you would have to send, in order to do it properly, like 100%, you'd have to use a really fine digital scale and send the scale with the weight.
Yeah, that's what I'm
sure that everything's
what I'm saying. It'll have to be freaking locked up.
But I don't think there's any difference. Yeah, because it's like you get a gram, right? You get a gram piece. You can buy these sets anywhere in the world. That's like a 1 gram piece, a half gram piece, and they're marked on the metal, right? And then you buy a digital scale, and it comes from China, and everyone puts it on the scale, and it comes to like a perfect gram. So I don't think there's a difference anywhere in the world. I've never known of one or heard of that suspicion even.
You would think there should be, though, if it was 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Well, China's not
up here.
It's not on a different.
I don't think it is.
It's not on a different.
Here's my short answer to that. I don't think it's
not on a different latitude. I mean, it's got to come from a different latitude.
So, Noble, have you ever thought maybe it could be a sphere, but we could actually be fixed with the local sun, and the Earth is actually?
That's exactly what I think. We are the center. We're not spinning. We're a ball. Yeah, which is not flat Earth and not the model. That's exactly where the truth is, somewhere in the middle. It always is.
That could actually make sense.
This whole.
I mean,
but it's like
the whole flat Earth thing got this one little problem. I mean, water always finds its own level. Now, if water finds its own level and there's no edge to the Earth, why in the hell could we not just walk to the bottom of the Marianas Trench? All the water should have run off by now.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, run off the edge, like, or?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what they're saying is the Antarctic ice wall is kind of like keeping it all in.
Yeah, they say that, except that there's like it's not all a wall anymore. Maybe it was in the 1800s, but you can look at pictures and whatever. Assuming I don't know, I wasn't there myself, but there's coastal line to the Arctic now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of the actual coast, and
Yeah.
You can see it on Google Earth.
Yeah, Antarctica is disappearing at a very alarming rate.
Well, it might be partially Mandela's gone too. I mean, the whole northern ice sheet is. So there could be a lot less Antarctic than there used to be. Actually, I've seen a change in it, and it looks like there is less from
the
a couple years back.
Ice sheet's completely gone. The B-Larsen ice sheet, it's basically half gone. Sea's falling apart.
Well, if you look at some of the older maps, not the globes, if you look at some of the older maps from the old reality, you see it's more like a squashed egg shape than it is a spear anyway.
Well, yeah, it's wider at the equator than it is at the poles. I mean, it's not a perfect spear. It's like squished. The Earth around the equator is actually pushed out a little bit. We're kind of like a squished egg or a billiard ball that's stuck in a vise and pressed really good. The equator's bigger around than it should be. But it is. And that's because of the centrifugal force I was talking about.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think the reason why we were lied to about the spin, let's say because there's ways, I've figured out ways that maybe it could be flat, but you would have to have a very active moon that would give off its own light and do its own things for no particular reason to accommodate the situation, right? Like you'd have to have like a very active, odd acting moon in order for the world to be flat. It's possible. It is possible. But if you lost me on that, the big thing with flat Earth that is the issue is that people think, and we're taught, and they actually first I'll say, if they lied to us about the spin and created the spin scenario, the reason why they did that is to accommodate the Earth no longer being in the center of things. And then that takes away from the God, right? A creator. Because if we're in the center of everything, which it actually looks like we are, because we know everything's moving away from us in space from visual perspective and measurement, they just say, oh, well, everything's moving away from everything, so it just looks like that. Okay. But it does look like everything's moving away from us, which it makes it look like we're in the center. But if you add a spin, now you can say, okay, now we're actually shifted off the center, the sun is center, and blah, blah, blah. So it takes away from a creation, or, why are we so different or so special? Why are we in the center of everything? Certainly brings up a God scenario. So in creating the spin, they took away from God and us going, well, this is very unique, right? We're not unique anymore. The big thing with the flat Earth, the number one thing, and people gone out and measured and drived, and I mean, I've even crossing the prairies back the first time I drove across, there's a really long straight stretch. I mean, forever. I was taking out rocks and putting it on my pedal. There was a time at night where it was over 10 minutes for the car coming towards me. The lights, how far away I could see the lights. It took 10 minutes for me to reach them. And we're both traveling at up around 100 kilometers an hour more, actually probably more like 110, whatever that is, miles per hour, maybe 80 or something. Like that's a long time, right? And that's a long ways to see lights away. But the mistake and partial, not a lie, but something that's never brought up is the fact that we assume that light travels in a straight line. And it would, if nothing else was to affect it, but there is something that affects it. It's the electromagnetic field of the Earth. It affects it and bends it, I think. And we do know, clearly, we're told over and over, light does not travel in a straight line. When it goes around.
We're told it goes around light, it takes a millionth of a second for light to reflect from your eye going back into space or whatever. But nobody talks about sound waves and how sound waves are reflected off of let's just say satellites. Sound waves, it takes over a millionth of a second for a sound wave to get back from when it travels, let's just say from your voice to an actual through the Do you know what I'm saying? I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Yeah, I'm following you. I just don't know where you're going with it, or what you meant by it.
Well, I'm saying where I'm trying to go with it is if we have a flat Earth and you're seeing light coming from, it would have to travel in a spear, would it not?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. It takes.
I don't know.
It takes 8 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth. 8 minutes.
So they tell us, right? I don't know what you mean here, bro. Like, what were you getting at? I missed something at the start, or your overall point. So sound travels slower than light. Yes.
I'm trying to get Rel in here. He wants to bring up some NASA trees.
Jason, well, that's what Jason was finishing. My point was that it would take light so many minutes or whatever to get back from the time it gets to your eye, from the time it travels from the sun or whatever.
It takes 8 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make.
And a sound wave would take a lot longer, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
We're talking days.
I wonder if they came up. I wonder if they came up with that number. Just
no, they didn't just make that number up.
No, they calculated it, but they started with the preconceived concept of how far away the sun is.
Oh, who was it that came up with the distance between the Earth and the sun by measuring the shadows that came off a stick using a triangulum theory?
I'd have to think about it or look into it. I can't remember. I don't know if that was the distance of the sun.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was
the Earth. And you know what? He was within 1,000 miles. That's pretty darn accurate.
I think it was for the circumference of the Earth, wasn't it? Maybe.
No, he did the distance between the sun and the Earth. He didn't do the circumference. Somebody else did that. I don't know who did that or how they did it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at that. I don't really see how that could work, but I mean, maybe. I know what you're talking about, though, but I forget, definitely.
Now, we talking about way back when?
Yeah, we're talking way back when. We're talking the 1500s.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking way back when. Salted Cedar's going, oh, too much book science. And Party Puppy comes back, no, comic books. Aquaman,
yeah, I'll tell you,
with the shark and went and flew to the sun and came back with a tape measure and told us how far away it was.
I'll stay on topic, but shift a little bit away from the science, because I can tell you one of the things that helped me try to figure stuff out, or I worked with, was my own experience, where there was a point when I was a teenager and I'm laying on the grass at night at our beach. And this light lit up with my eyes closed, and this light, like, it was pretty late, 10, 11 maybe p.m. And this light lit up my eyelids so bright that it turned red, like someone shined a flashlight on my eyes when they were closed. And I opened up my eyes, and I seen straight up above me something moving and twisting up in very, very high up in the sky. Higher than a commercial airliner, but not by a shit ton more. Maybe double at most the height, right? So you're talking 60,000 feet, right? However many miles that is, it's actually not that many miles. And I could see that it was rectangle, and I seen it because I caught it again because it spun around again, and that light beam that was much like a spotlight went by again. Like, literally, I saw it swoop again. But it wasn't right in my eyes this time. It was somewhere below my feet area or something. And I could see it was rectangle, and I could see it was twisting in some irregular fashion. So I was like, holy cow, a piece of space junk. That's freaking cool, right? you know, and the sun, the light must be coming from the sun, reflecting off of it. Well, that was fine then, and that was my view of it because I didn't think into it. Then the whole flat Earth thing come along, and I thought about that. And I realized that I don't believe that if it was reflecting the sun's light, there's no way it was doing so from the sun, from a straight line from the sun. It was too far after sunset. The light would have had to arc around the Earth essentially for that to work out, because it was way too long after sunset, way too long, and there was no light on the horizon anywhere, right? So I'm starting to rule out flat Earth pretty quick here, because if there's light reflecting, the brightness, I guess I can't argue, but it clearly enough that it's lighting up my damn eyelids, then how come I can't see the light, you know, the remaining light of a sunset on the horizon? I can't. It's 10, 11 p.m. at night. But yet somehow there's apparently, like what I'm saying is it wasn't high enough in the sky. So if you take even 60,000 feet, and I think I'm giving it too much credit, because I could see the shape. It was a rectangle. I'm like, there's no way that thing is like, you know, hundreds of miles up in the sky. And it wasn't.
You can see the shape of it being a rectangle. I'm going to put that at like 22,000 feet tops.
Well, I think it was at least as high as the commercial airliner. I think it was higher. It was a nice clear night. So you can see satellites go by, but it looks like a dot in the sky, right?
Yeah.
And then when a commercial airliner up there, it's getting, when that's 30,000 feet, say, it's getting pretty small, but you can make out literally the wings and everything, right? So I think it was higher than a commercial airliner, but not by a lot, within double, right? So if you take a globe and you go, okay, 60,000 feet is how many miles? I don't know. I think I got to maybe somewhere around something's like around 40 miles, or maybe it couldn't be any.
Your commercial airliner's got a ceiling of 36,000 feet.
Sure. Yeah, they average around 30,000 feet up there when they're flying. They fly at different heights.
30,000 tops, depending on the weather. But the sunlight reflecting off an airplane is not going to shine in your room and go flashing around the house and shit, and light up your eyeballs so you can see freaking red, you know, the light through your eyelids.
No, but this thing did, clearly. But this has a big flat surface to it. An airliner doesn't have a big flat surface to it.
So in other words, the sun would have been, it was far enough after sunset to where the sun light would have actually been in space, so you wouldn't see any sunlight going through the atmosphere, but yet you saw a reflection of this thing.
If we had the whole regular model set up, that would be the only argument. What I'm saying is I don't believe that's the case. It was way too far after dark, and that thing was too close to the Earth for there to be a straight line to the sun. I don't believe that. That's my issue. And that's my own personal estimation. But what one should consider when I say that, and what they should do to realign their perspective on things, is take a globe, go take a globe physically and look at the size of a harbor, something they know, something they can look up and say, okay, this is 5 miles across or 10 miles across, or that's about 2 miles, right? How big is that on your globe? Really small, really small. Now say, okay, the clouds are 10 miles above the Earth. How far is that? This shit's still touching the globe damn near. The visuals they give us of how high the clouds are is bullshit. That's what I'm saying. And so, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's really close to the surface of the Earth. What we think is the height of the atmosphere, like the clouds, and and also I'm referring to this something that's possibly up to 60,000 feet, maybe 40 miles up. It's not very far off the surface, and that's why I'm well convinced there's no way there was a straight line to the damn sun. No way.
You can see birds flying through clouds. I mean, you could see birds flying through clouds for not too very far away. I mean, if the clouds are as far as they say they are, they'd have to be in outer space.
The only way I can make the math work in order for you to have sunlight reflection off of an airplane to where it lit your eyelids up is that plane would have had to have been flying 15,000 feet 30 minutes after sunset. And you'd still be able to see traces of sunset. Now, we're talking 10 o'clock. We're talking the sun's already been down for what, 2 hours?
Yeah, at least.
All right, 2 hours. There's no possible way on Earth for a reflection of something to come down through your eyeballs, through the clouds, through everything else, and blind you in your room.
Right.
Unless that thing is at 2.5 miles and it's got to have 7 times the mass of the space station, and it's got to be a highly polished aluminum or stainless steel.
Yeah, yet I'm seeing a rectangle. So my point is that the light was curving around the Earth. That's why I think one of the reasons why I think that's what the light does is it curves around the Earth, much like a mirage. I mean, they tell us about a mirage. Mirage happens, but that's under more extreme conditions where the atmosphere is denser from the moisture. Now, they give us this whole story about mirages, but basically I think everything is a mirage-ish effect. Always. That's actually normal. And that's why people can see so far away and they can't measure the arc of the Earth. They're like, it's flat. I went out and drove it and measured it and I can see, and you should be able to see if the Earth is dropping that fast. Well, you're assuming light travels in a straight line. It does not. That's what I'm saying.
Well, due to atmospheric distortion, I mean, when you look at the moon during the summertime, the moon you're seeing in the sky at night is really not the moon itself. It's a distorted version of itself when you're looking through all the humidity and whatever else, the airwaves and stuff. So you're not really seeing the moon. What you're seeing is a distorted view of the moon. That's why astronomers prefer to use their telescopes during the wintertime. I mean, when I had my telescope, I never took that thing out in the summertime. I always took it out in the wintertime with my camera because I knew I was going to have less, they call it spherical aberration. I was going to have less coma. I was going to get clearer pictures in the wintertime. Yes, I'm out there freezing my balls off, taking pictures of stuff with a telescope and a junk camera, trying to find asteroids. But during the summertime, it was absolutely pointless.
You illustrated a good point, is that light has to curve around the Earth. I was thinking the other day that our sky, that the reason why our eyes see the sky is blue sometimes is because our oceans are blue, and the oceans aren't everywhere, but our sky, you know, you look up the sky is blue, so the light has to reflect. If it's reflecting off the oceans to make the sky that blue color, then the light has to curve around the Earth in order for the entire sky to look that way, I would think.
Maybe.
Good point, man.
I don't really think it's blue because of the ocean. I don't know why it's blue. I don't think it's the ocean, though. That's a dumb reason.
I'll tell you why the sky is blue. Okay, Party Puppy, Salted, y'all calling me scientists. Too much book learning for you, Salted.
There might be kids listening one day, Jason, so please explain a very good reason why the sky is blue.
Physicist. The reason the sky is blue is there are moisture particles in the sky. They're made up of hydrogen and oxygen, H2O, as we all know. The light reflecting off of those the water particles in the air, which we call humidity, is part of what makes it blue. Argon gas, when it is excited by radiation, solar radiation, is blue. And there is argon gas in our atmosphere.
Could be read in relation to that. Sure. Something is excited. Definitely. There's electromagnetics and whatnot going on, and the light of the sun excites it even more, and the gas is causing it to look blue. Sure. That's believable.
I'm bursting everybody's bubble.
I don't know if it's argon, but
that makes sense.
There's argon, there's xenon, and there's like a half a dozen others. I'm bursting everybody's bubbles. I mean, everybody thought I was just a redneck dumb shit that likes to go out and do stupid shit and break bones, but
no, I was just thinking about the beer cans.
I was just saying what I've always learned somehow. I think I learned, I don't know, that it's a reflection off the
right now.
ocean.
I do have a college degree.
Great.
I never got enough credits to get my associates. I never got enough credits to get my master's. I never got my credits to get my bachelor's. But I've done all the courses. I did not do the history classes. I suck at history.
History is definitely a lie. I think we can all agree on that.
I didn't do any of the English classes either. As you can tell, I didn't take a single English class. Not one.
Yeah, fucking good.
I took the classes I wanted to take. That's it. I'm 5 credits away from my associates. I'm 21 away from my master's, and I'm only 4 away from my bachelor's. But I'm not taking all that history and English. No reason. I got my own radio show. I want to know something about history. All I've got to do is ask the panel or ask the chat.
Man, I could have swore it had something to do with the light reflecting off the ocean somehow. I don't know where I got that from.
Oh, they definitely told us that. I don't know if they told us that officially, but we were definitely told that all of our lives.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
It's swamp gas. It's almost invariably swamp gas.
Well, when you get into the account of some parts of the Bible, it's like that's what supposedly is the waters above and the waters below. So it could be something related to that too. But it seems like the argon gas thing. And wouldn't that mean that the sun was definitely like an electromagnetic kind of thing rather than a fiery nuclear furnace, though, if it were to excite the argon gas to make it blue? I'm asking because I don't know.
I don't know.
No, the sun is made up of nickel, iron, helium, hydrogen, and only God knows what else, and it is in a state of fusion.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. I don't believe that one either right off. I lean pretty close to something different.
If you ever looked at the sun through a solar scope or a solar helioscope, you won't know until you look through a telescope set up just for looking at the sun. You won't know. But when you do, with your own 2 eyes, you're going to be in awe.
Well, there's a lot of footage of the stars now with that P900 camera that certainly don't look like, they definitely look like they're some kind of electricity from what I've seen,
Which is what I think the sun is. And I agree. There was another guy I forget his name. Dan has brought him up before. I watched some of his videos. This old guy in the freaking desert that hangs out. He studied the sun, the solar cycle stuff, not the solar cycles, something else. Electromagnetic cycles of the sun. They have to know about it for radio communication. He was in the military, and that was his job. Anyway, he was explaining how the sun is and I don't know, I'm leaning this way though. It makes a lot of sense. But he basically, it's likely hollow, but more importantly, he's saying it's not a nuclear reaction. It's the surface area of I don't know how to put it. It's like it would be electrical in nature. So he refers to it as like a transformer. But if you don't know sort of electronics, you don't really know what a transformer is, of how it would be a frequency somewhere in the center of it or involved with it. So it's getting energy somewhere from not this dimension or inner space or somewhere else. And he doesn't even know. There's no idea. But he admits that. He's like, beats the hell out of me where this energy is coming from exactly. But there's a vibration to it. And because of this, but it's an electromagnetic pulse vibration.
I always thought it was,
and it's causing activity. The activity is visual. You can see the activity on the surface that looks much like fire, but it's really more so electrical.
All right.
Which honestly, when we see things change, like from Mandela effect stuff, that fits in. The color of the sun changed. So how can the color of light change? You change the frequency. The same with light bulbs. The same if you have an LED or you have an incandescent bulb or a fluorescent bulb. You change. That's a different frequency that the gases are excited at. Well, it could be the same thing. If the frequency rose, you would get a brighter light, a more white light.
All right.
But maybe that's from the Earth, right?
Two things. One, Mr. Pride's in the house now. Raleigh got screwed on trying to connect to the live stream. He wanted to jump in, but he got completely screwed. His phone keeps trying to call my phone instead of stream itself. Mystery Pride's in the house. We have what is known as a yellow variable star. It is a nuclear fusion powered star, medium sized. It has a nickel iron core. And that is hot, and it is big, believe it or not. This is actually a rather large star for being a yellow star. And that nickel iron core is in a state of fusion. I don't know what kind of metals it's making in there. I really don't. Nobody does.
That always seems...
The hydrogen and helium on the surface of the sun and the what's known as the corona is under a state of fusion. And yes, there are several coronal mass ejections. We just had one last year. It was pretty damn big. Luckily, it missed us. It would have hit the Earth. It would have fried every bit of electronics we had. And I do mean freaking fried them. Have a good night, Ralph. Yeah, the sun's dynamic. It changes. It changes its composition. It's always sucking in new material. It's always ejecting new material. I mean, there was
information from Jason. Just curious. Just curious.
I've been studying science since I was 4 years old.
Science, exactly. She blinded me with science. Science. Think about that, dude. Science is a lie. Science has some proof and some lies.
All right. You cannot stop her for the bathtub drain on your flat Earth frisbee. Antarctic doesn't have enough ice on it anymore to hold all the water into it, so that ring around the Rosies is gone.
I'm just saying.
I'm walking at the bottom of Marianas Trench right now.
I'm just saying that there's a lot of points that have been brought up against it, and a lot of points brought up for it. But you got to remember, we only know what we know.
That's still an open debate.
What we know.
Debate. I won't deny that. Yeah, it's still an open debate.
I will say it is important, and this is where things, even in Mandela, things as well, you got to know what the given narrative is, or I say narrative, but, the given situation or what people are taught. You got to know that. You got to learn it if you think you're going to try to figure out the truth, right? Now, it may be 10% lies, it might be 50, 80% lies, we don't know. But you got to know what the story is and then see, prove something's right or wrong or attempt to, right?
Well, now here's
to go in, and that flat Earth is a big issue with that.
I'm gonna add to that right now. Us big blue marble people, we've got several scientific communities. I mean, several. We've got a shit ton. We've got several space agencies. We've got so many people that believe in it, so many people that collaborate on it and get together on it. The Flat Earth community has, 2,000 Facebook channels, and not a single one of them can agree. And half of them 2,000.
That's why I dropped out of it, man.
Around doing these cockamamie, silly ass experiments.
There's a lot of bad examples of it. Yeah.
I'm gonna put a GoPro camera on one end of a fence. I'm gonna tape a GoPro camera on one end of this gate, and I'm gonna tape a freaking globe on the other end of this thing, and I'm gonna open and close this gate for an hour.
Well, there has been a lot of those GoPros sent up onto. A lot of people have done that, where they get HD footage of the GoPro going up on weather balloons, and that kind of makes sense to me. How the horizon should drop. The horizon should be. It shouldn't rise to your eye.
They don't get the altitude. I mean, they're only allowed to go up freaking 1,000 feet. They send them up on these homemade rockets. Well, the ceiling on them is freaking 1,500 feet. And that's on the high-end rockets, and you got to have a permit to launch them. That's not high enough. To even see any curvature of the Earth at all, you've got to be 30,000 feet or better.
You got to be more likely, probably way more.
Yeah.
To actually know for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking, you got to go 60,000 feet for a guarantee.
No, look up some of those weather balloon heights, and a lot of people are doing them. They are close to that. They're definitely more than 1,000 feet, man. A drone can go 1,000 feet. I'm talking about the weather balloon footage that they put GoPro cameras on. There just seems to be a lot of people doing that, you know?
Yeah, you
I've seen that Miss Piggy one. That's a pretty popular one. And
the Miss Piggy one, she didn't have the permits. She couldn't get that balloon above 1,000 feet. Besides, she didn't have enough helium anyway.
well, I don't know. I was looking at footage where whatever it is, and it was footage from pretty high up. But the thing is that it wasn't like, oh, you can see the curve. It would bend one way and then it would bend the other. It would bend convex and it would bend concave looking, like just the horizon would, right? It would bend one way, it would bend the other, and you're like, what's going on, right?
Well, it's the camera lens too. But it's GoPros. I mean, the GoPros have got this freaking stupid lens. It's almost like a fisheye, and they
but those Flatters guys know that, and they've sent them up without the fisheye.
You know,
that's like a standard lens on a GoPro.
And it's like, come on, guys. You know to take the fisheye off this thing, don't you? You're at freaking 800 feet, and I'm watching the freaking curvature of the Earth do all kinds of crap. I said, okay, we're not on a Frisbee. We're on a flubber.
No, something was affecting the light, for sure, the view.
Yeah.
And whether it had something to do with electromagnetics or whatever, I don't know. But it was obviously pretty funky view, arcing one way and then the other.
With most of them, it's the damn lens. They leave that stupid lens on the camera that's got this curve to it.
But it was changing. It was changing like almost not instantly, but it would just, as it wobbled around, like it would arc and then bend one way and bend the other. And that was what the view was doing. Like the horizontal view would arc up really high on each side and then down really far on each side.
It's that
something really weird going on with me.
It's that goofy wide angle fisheye type lens they stick on the front of the GoPros. I mean, you got to ditch that thing and put a regular lens on it, and them are expensive.
I think a lot of those guys have worked that out already.
All that shit.
Real quick, though, I want to see how you guys will weigh in on this. If you guys have seen those videos, just changing the subject real quick, about the airplanes that freeze in midair. Do you guys think that's all bullshit or what?
Okay, no, I've actually seen it twice. I've seen it twice. Personally, myself, I've seen it twice.
I put my eyeballs on it. I couldn't get my phone out fast enough.
I think they're not. Are they standing? So what's the question? Are they standing still or not? Is that the question?
Yeah, I mean, is it fake footage? Are they really showing planes that are doing this? Are they staying still? Can planes do that?
They look like they're staying still compared to the Earth, but compared to the air, they're not staying still. It's probably like freaking 100 mile an hour, 200 mile an hour winds up there.
It looks like they're
flat somewhere near the surface.
Right. It looks like they're flat stalled right where they're at. And I was going to get some footage to put on my own channel. And this plane started moving again. I'm going, son of a bitch.
But it's the same in the ocean, right? If the current's going like hell, you're not really getting anywhere on the planet, but you're going against it. You're moving compared to the water you're in.
It's like trying to paddle a boat upriver.
Yeah. I think it's just the wind. It's just really windy, and the higher it is, the more higher end winds you can get, and the lower you are, the slower the plane's going anyway when you come in for a landing. So it takes less to have that effect.
I mean, a headwind like that, it comes out of nowhere when you're taking off. It's got to be hell on the pilots. It's got to be. They got to be freaking the hell out. Because if that wind speed coming at you is same as your airspeed when it first hits you, you're stalling and you're hitting the ground. That's got to be terrifying. That's got to be terrifying.
Yeah, I've only seen a handful of those, and I don't know. I've seen planes that look like they're going too slow to be flying, but they're flying. I've never seen one that kind of freezes like that.
Hell, that one kid.
Well, it probably doesn't happen too often because it would have to be almost perfectly headwind and strong enough that
it keeps the plane aloft. And the
it keeps it in one spot compared to the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
It would have to be like 200 miles an hour winds or something.
Yeah, and the whole time the pilot's fighting the controls trying to get out of whatever the hell he's in, he's got to freaking worry about what's going to happen when he gets out of it.
I'll tell you one thing that science I've never seen address, and it's one that even in all my, guessing and anything I can throw at it to try to come to some reason why it is the way it is the shadows of the eclipse with the leaves. So you get multiple shadows of the eclipse on the ground from shadows like leaves and shit. It's freaking impossible for what science tells us, as far as I can tell. I have no idea how it happens.
No, it's not. No, it's not. The gaps in the leaves become a lens. The leaves are a filter.
It's not from gaps in the leaves. It's the actual leaves. You can look at the footage. It's not a couple spots here and there that move around. It's every damn leaf.
The light from the eclipse can actually be projected through a leaf. If it's green and alive, if it's dead and brown, forget it. I actually recorded a video of the solar eclipse using a hole in my front porch roof. I projected it onto the lid of a Tupperware container. Doing the same thing. Yeah, it's
You're like saying there was a hole. That's right. It's a pinhole camera effect.
Yeah,
that's what you're referring to.
What's going on with the green leaf? The green leaf.
But there's not. But it's for each leaf. Is the thing. It has to explain it. It's almost as if somehow the visual of the eclipse, that moonish shape, is coming off the bottom of every leaf. That's what it looks like.
Yeah,
every leaf is not a hole. Every leaf is not a circle. Just an outline of a leaf. There's actually a leaf there. Every one of them.
The cellular structure of a leaf. There's a billion pinholes in them. They're not.
Then you would have a billion little tiny eclipse visuals on the ground.
Yeah.
But you don't. You have like one for each leaf.
Solid. They're not solid like you think they are. They've got holes in them. But in different little spots.
Yeah, that has multiple holes, which would mean you would have multiple visuals of the eclipse. You wouldn't have one for each leaf.
That's part of how they draw in carbon dioxide to turn it into oxygen.
Wouldn't there be
Yeah, but that hole doesn't go through. That's the stoma on the bottom of the leaf, right? There's a hole in the bottom of the leaf.
Wouldn't there be strings, like lines, not straight light, but just lines of light if they have holes in them?
No, it actually projects an image. Depending on how far away from the ground it is, it could be a crystal clear image or it could be kind of a blurry one like mine was. But yeah, all leaves have holes in them. All of them do. That's how they draw the carbon dioxide. It's part of how they draw in the carbon dioxide. It's part of the photosynthesis process.
I've never seen that really, what you guys are talking about, but the path of totality being 70 miles wide, where the diameter of the moon is, what, close to 3,000 miles, something like that. That doesn't make sense to me, how a shadow can be smaller than an object that's projecting it,
Look how big
because the light is bending, because again, exactly what I was saying earlier, the light is bending around it and to make it smaller. The same thing that happens. The reason why they have science won't even point this out, though. They won't tell us this. It's not their excuse. But it's the same as an electron microscope. You lose sight of the really small thing because the light's bending around it. They say refracting. I don't think it's refraction. I think it's electromagnetics.
The scientific name is gravitational lensing.
Sure. Yeah, and it is accepted when you're looking into space, right? And you're looking at things extremely far away, is what they're telling us. Sure, but they never take it into account on the freaking Earth or for the Earth itself. Probably because they don't want us to think about it.
Say again.
So that could still work, even though the moon was a lot closer than it is.
Your audio is really low, dude.
It would just be more extreme.
The moon reflects some of its own light by itself, doesn't it? Somewhat.
Well, yeah, light bouncing off the moon. You know, boulders on the moon, and they bounce off another boulder, and they bounce to us. Yeah, it does that. It'll actually lens the light from the sun.
Yeah, but that light is actually colder than when you're standing in the shade. I've heard that for 20 years. That's like nothing new.
My turn to go take.
I missed that. Are you still talking about the? You still talking about the bending of light?
Oh my God! He just brought up freaking loon. Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm lost.
Well, I was talking about the moonlight actually being colder than when you're in the shadow and you're behind something and you step out into direct light. You know, that experiment's gone on for 20 years, as long as I remember, how they can measure moonlight actually being colder than.
Oh, really? Is on a official terms it's been known, or unofficial, like just meaning does science admit that?
I think we lost him.
Oh, damn it. Oh, good. I thought I lost me. Well, not good, but what's going on?
Yeah. There he is.
Mainstream science, but I have heard that for like 20 years, and it's just like this overlooked anomaly. And now, now people are talking about the moon being closer, and the whole flat Earth debate brought it back up, so it's hard for me to think of how the sunlight can reflect off something and actually make something colder. Sure, it's going through the atmosphere, but
you mean the moonlight?
Yeah, that the moonlight is actually cooler than if you were in the shade by like a lot, by like I think it was 8 degrees or something.
Okay, I don't know who wasn't banning me yet.
I've never heard of light getting colder.
Moonlight's apparently cooler, yeah. I know Dan said he's done it himself. I've wanted to do it, but I want to do it myself. I want to make sure I can try to control the experiment, because that's my question. Because if you are to measure the temperature or something that's in the moonlight, well, then obviously it's a little bit more in the open, which maybe there's a little bit more breeze, right? So it cool down quicker.
Oh, no.
So I want to try the experiment myself, but I want to make
what
sure I can control it the best I can.
Here's what it is, okay? Here's what it is. All right. Sunlight warms up the surface of the environment in different ways. And every video I see doing this has got somebody pointing his laser at concrete and asphalt and gravel. None of them have ever done it all on concrete. They've never done it all on gravel. They've never done it all on asphalt.
The hell?
They also picked the best spots to do it, too. You got the flower planter you can move. You've got this you can move. The sun's been in this spot right before you go and do it when the moon's coming right out. Got moonlight on one spot and where the sun was.
I've never seen it done with a laser.
Are you trying to show us something?
That is the easiest experiment to fake. It's also the easiest experiment to screw up.
Wait.
Yeah, it's controlling having an extremely controlled experiment's important for that one.
I mean, extremely controlled experiment, you would have to, one, have your environment shielded from the sun all the way through the day. Two, during the moonlight hours, you would have to have it rotate so the moonlight stayed in the same location at the same time on the same exact spot on your platform. And then you can do your experiment. Other than that,
yeah. Well, if you bring something outside from inside, if it's warmer inside, you bring both things out at the same time, and you can make sure that no breeze is affecting one any more than it's affecting the other. And you could probably do it. You have the exact same material, and you make sure they're sitting on the same shit, so there's no heat being sucked out differently from either one of them. And you have one covered from the moonlight, and you have the other one, especially with I was thinking a extreme magnified moonlight setup. So it should, multiply. You should be able to see a bigger difference. But it wouldn't surprise me if the moonlight's cooler.
You just took it about 3 steps. You just simplified the experiment. That would work. Just take 2 pieces of ceramic tile. They can be big pieces, little pieces. Just take them inside, stick them in your cabinet. Let them go. Nighttime comes out. Put one in the shade of in the moon shade of a tree. Leave the other one out in the moonlight. Let's see which one's colder after about an hour.
Well, I mean, you can feel with your body
in the exact same spot.
You almost don't even need equipment to do that.
Just have one block, something blocking the moonlight for one. That's all. That's a little ways above it.
But you also got to make sure the ground temperature doesn't interfere with the temperature of the tile. Otherwise, that completely ruins the experiment.
Well, whatever you set it on, which would mean you'd probably be best to bring it out on a tray, so they have the exact same even effect from anything affecting the temperature from below. Yeah, whatever it's sitting on has to be equal, for sure.
I mean, I felt that difference with my own skin.
Party Puppy's going, okay, this sounds like real science now.
Yeah.
We just got schooled by a puppy. Damn. Noble, is that that image that you just showed, has that been around for a long time, or is that new, where people are doing that or photographing it anyway?
I've been around. That's just image from a video. You can go and watch the videos of the live leaves moving around. Just type in eclipse shadows and look at the videos. I can't explain it. I can't figure out how it's happening. It hurts my fucking brain. But I'll tell you where my brain starts leaning towards is that darkness acts. That's where I start leaning. Like it seems like darkness acts just like light acts, right? We think of light as something and darkness is nothing. Something about this makes me, it's just, I get the feel or the sense it's almost like darkness is doing something. Like it is something. Just like light, it's the opposite of light, or, I don't know. I'm just saying that's where I start leaning, trying to throw ideas at it. Like, how is this possible? And that's what I started leaning towards. I mean, look at this, and you can see the branches.
No, but what do you think about all these like weird things now that we're seeing in the sky? Like this, the whole like weird things coming up this month with the sky, with the moon, and
You have to tell me which thing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there.
What's happening this month? It's like a supernova moon, blood moon, eclipse, all at the same time. Crap.
Hey, everybody, I gotta shut it down. I got a connection problem. E-Man. Or not E-Man. Sorry. E-Bro. This is your forte. Get a link set up for a new live stream. Put it in the side chat on this one. And y'all jump over to your channel. And continue it. I'm getting ready to lose my connection.
I can't do it over on my channel. It'd have to be Cowboy's channel.
I'm down for 3 months. What about you, Stonebender?
Oh, I wouldn't even know how I'm not sure if I have a channel. I'm just a glorified chatter. Just put some residue on the globe Earth out on a video for the first time ever on YouTube. But
yeah, you have to be registered.
Could give it a whirl. It's getting kind of late though.
It won't work. You have to be set up for live stream. You have to verify your account and stuff.
Let's keep
I
this
just posted my first video yesterday.
Let's keep this going as long as we can. Screw it. If it hangs up on us all, it hangs up on us all. I mean, we're just gonna have to go freaking win, lose, or draw on this shit, bro.
Jason, everybody says they hear you fine, so keep rolling.
Yeah, now it's all back to normal. It's like, what the hell, dude? For a little while, it was like full robot voice, and I'm going, dude. I had time to go to the back bathroom and go get myself another beer, and I come back and I'm hearing like a conversation from 5 minutes ago again, all in Robo voice, and I'm going, dude. I don't even know who was talking at that point in time because it was so distorted.
So you say when you mean you're getting shut down, you mean Debbie's going to hit you with the frying pan? He's going full Robo.
Because you know what the fuck you're doing, that's why.
Who is that? Oh, we got
your wife.
We got a caller in here. We're going or what?
How can you win at 16 casinos in a row? You sold your soul to the devil. That's how. It's about the only way.
That's it.
You're the luckiest dude on earth.
I'll run with you too. I'll roll up with you too, party. We're just gonna go until freaking YouTube shuts this son of a bitch down. Tico's back in action. What the hell?
Or until Debbie knocks you out with the frying pan.
I only got 45 minutes until YouTube, until not YouTube, but AT&T turns my phone off. So let's just go ahead and go with it and see how bad it gets.
Another 10 minutes, I think we could solve everything.
Multiverse.
Yeah. I don't know. So far, all I managed to do is ask more questions.
Right? What would we do tomorrow if we solved everything tonight, you know?
Yeah.
I'd have to go back to just reviewing action figures instead of having the Mandela effect to rely
on. No kidding.
I'd still comment, man.
I'm actually writing a paper. I've been working on it for 6 months, and I'm still only halfway through it. I'm working on a freaking scientific paper on the Mandela effect and the possible causes of it.
Cool, man. That's something to look forward to. That's awesome.
And I'm actually working on the theory of quantum distortion caused by dimensional convergence.
Wow. I have no idea what the hell that means, but I've got a video that I did on that while I was drunk.
I'm about to make a cup of coffee, but man, that really outshines me, man.
Yeah.
So Noble, I loved your videos, man. Back when I first woke up to the Mandela effect, and I was scrolling online looking at some videos, your JFK video was one of the first ones I ever saw.
Well, thanks. You know, that JFK one it changed on me after maybe a couple of months, maybe a month or two. Like I can barely. So yeah, so the video's kind of like the idea was the window's halfway down, and then within 2 frames maybe it disappears.
I saw that one, yeah.
You know, but the thing is that I watch it now, and I can't see it happen. I'm like, I really have to look so close, and then I can see it. Like, it's really hard to catch. When I made that video, it wasn't that hard to catch. It's changed, and the angle of the view has changed a little bit. I noticed that at the time too. After that happened, I'm like, I could barely catch it, but that window's disappearing. Barely, like, so hard. I even made the video. I noticed in the first place.
Noble, I hope you got a
multiple times over.
You know, Noble, I hope you got a backup of that video because that was the first one that had it out there. And I hope you got a backup of that before it gets took down, because that's the original. You got all the original footage. You got the original car in the museum. You got all of it.
Nice.
Right.
You got.
I'll tell you what. Noble was the one that gave me the idea for the SD card video, and when I did the video, I had forgotten his name, and I called him that guy from Canada.
That's cool.
You know what? You're not doing what to do.
Yeah, I'm surprised more people didn't go with it. You know, like, I think that's maybe a lot of people don't know the name of it, or maybe a lot of people kind of got, like, I don't know, an update or whatever, doesn't see that change. But I thought that was like a pretty good one. Like, it's a different word now. It's not scan, it's SAN. What the hell?
Yeah.
Like, this is ridiculous.
And,
but, you know, it didn't get popular. Nothing does get popular anymore, honestly.
No, it only got like 200 something views.
Well, so they say, you know.
Yeah.
They control all those numbers anyway.
I got it. I went the hell off yesterday on YouTube, and I mean, I cussed the people at YouTube copyright control out. I cussed them out. I went straight the fuck off, and I went off on them again today on the phone, because I got 2 copyright violations. They were already giving me a 30-day suspension because I sang happy birthday to one person.
Oh, wow.
On one show, and I sang happy birthday to another person on another one. They pulled both of them for copyright violations because apparently Disney owns the copyright for a 400-year-old song, Happy Birthday.
What? I thought that was public domain.
I did too.
No. Yeah, I've heard about that for a long time.
Apparently Disney owns it.
Well, there was 2 teachers that originally wrote it.
I did not play the Beatles version, which Disney does own at the moment.
Oh, the song.
I wanted to play it, but I can't because it's copyrighted as shit by Disney. Disney gave me copyright violation for singing the public domain version.
That's why
that was off again because. Oh,
that's crap.
Let me go get another beer. I'll come back and I'll tell you what happened to me last night. You didn't see everything that happened, Noble. You're gonna love this shit.
No, seriously, Noble. He broke his toe, his foot, and his hand last night.
That sounds like a rough night, man.
No, that was the easy day for him.
I stepped on Lego.
You did. I saw it in the video. Real time.
Yeah. Hey, Noble. I found some residue for Mirror Mirror on the Wall earlier today. I got a video about it if you want to watch it.
I'll check it out. Yeah. Actually, I seen it come up somewhere. Yeah, I think I seen it come up. I didn't get a chance to check it out yet.
I'm surprised they haven't taken that down for having a small scene from MASH on there.
Okay, I'm back. I'm rolling myself a cigarette while I'm talking, but last night on Scarab's channel, Scarab called out, gave my channel a shout out because something got announced on my channel. And I'm talking about the Fonz in his coat. That black leather jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Disney owned that too?
Everybody knows where this is going already, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think his jacket's in the Smithsonian.
Everybody that stuck through this entire show and listened to all the science can now hear the dirt. Because I'm just going to go ahead and put it all out there, and I don't care if Miss Teresa Lynch gets pissed off at me or not.
Go ahead.
Teresa Lynch is actually the person that brought this up on my show. I had no freaking clue they changed the color of his coat. I didn't know. She brought it up, and I said, oh, no bullshit. So she puts it up there for me to present. I'm going through, and I'm finding all hell, I'm finding residue at the same time. She's putting her residue up there in the hangout. I'm going, oh, this is sweet. I had no idea. No clue this happened.
No clue what happened. You just said you were doing something, she was doing something.
Like I said, I'm rolling a cigarette. About the Coke changing colors. I mean, that thing was black. I mean, that thing was pitch black. I've never seen a brown one before. Ever. Apparently it was brown, then turned black. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, and I'm going to let everybody else come up to their own conclusion on that because, like I said, we're all different.
I don't think it doesn't strike me as a Mandela effect because both still exist.
They do.
Happy Days existed for like a lot of freaking seasons. So he probably just had a different jacket at times, which it does say that's apparently.
Yeah.
Somebody else had found that and was reading it to me. I don't know if it was Fizzy or somebody else after the show.
But Scarab was got a notification to go check out my show because there's a new Mandela effect, a new possible. Possible. And he was on my channel when this was going on. He's hanging out in the chat. I tried to get him to come on. He refused because Teresa Lynch is on the panel. Okay, I get that. I understand that.
Yeah.
Well, Scarab hauls off on his show last night and said, I got the notification about this on Jason McBall's channel. He never brought up Teresa Lynch's name.
Right.
It gets better. Teresa Lynch immediately threw a temper tantrum. Brian McFarland's already in the chat asking me, didn't Teresa Lynch find the Henry, the Fonzie possible ME on this? I said, yeah, she did. She presented it on my channel. He goes, why didn't she do it on mine? I said, I don't know. She did it on mine. She blew a head gasket because her name never got brought up on the live stream. Because Scarab won't say his name. He will not say Teresa Lynch's name. He just won't. He can't stand her. He hates her. It's a long going thing, and frankly, I'm staying out of that one. But she blew a head gasket in the chat room.
Yeah, but she's blowing head gaskets.
Teresa Lynch in the chat room. Finally, it got so bad where I had to leave the show. I had to leave the chat. I had to freaking shut it down and just go to bed. She was that bad. She ruined the show for me. And I'm on freaking dial-up, so it's buffering like crazy. So I'm sitting here, I'm watching everybody crack jokes with each other or make fun of her in the freaking chat. At the same time, I'm watching content that was aired 30 minutes prior, so I have no idea what half the people are talking about. It was horrid.
Well,
she would not.
You got to give her a break a little bit.
And she hauls off and hammers the Hangouts on my phone till 1 o'clock in the morning. The last thing she said, I quit. I said, good. Quit. Go to bed. I'm trying to sleep. This is 1 o'clock. This is 1 o'clock in the morning. I got to get up and go to work. And I got a hard job to do today. I got to get up. Well, hey, I'm putting it all out there, guys. Y'all were patient. Y'all went through all this stuff we went through today. You all knew I was going to come right back around to this because you know me and you know how I am.
Oh, yeah.
We're patient. You're getting rewarded with all the dirt. You're getting the behind-the-scenes shit.
Yeah.
This don't This don't happen very often in our community. She hauled up and called YouTube and reported me for copyright infringement on my own damn channel.
See, I didn't know about that part.
For a Mandela effect concept, which isn't one, by the way, but for a Mandela effect concept for copyright, or she wants herself off of your channel now.
It's an iffy one. And she was on my channel, on my panel. She was in the live stream.
Well, Jason, I would say she went a little too far if she tried to copyright strike you, I would say. That's kind of rude, man. But you got to understand, I think she's and she said it herself that she didn't have too many friends before. I think she found a real sense of community and importance in her life through the residue thing. So you got to give her a little bit of a break. But on the other hand, for her to try to copyright strike you was kind of a low blow.
Now, here's the thing, guys.
Yeah.
If it's being broadcast on my channel, that's my content.
Mm-hmm.
True.
She tried to copyright my content. She's a guest on my show. You're a guest on my show right now. Anything you say on my show, I could actually go and put a copyright claim against if somebody wants to steal your joke and not give you credit for it. I could do that.
Nope.
Whether you know it or not, I can do that. She hauled off and tried to put a copyright claim on me, and I'd already gone up on YouTube.
So are we going under the concept that like Brian has never put anything on his channel without giving somebody credit for it?
Well, we all know.
Think about that for a moment, right there.
I'm keeping my mouth shut about that one.
Yeah, we all know
about that one for a moment.
Not right.
You know, we've all gone and done something.
What did I say, Jason? What did I tell you earlier about that whole thing? Right? I mean, we're all in one community. There should not be anything said about like the desire to be credited for something within our community. It's about truth. It's about truth. It's not about like anything else.
I mean, you know, we find these Mandela.
I would agree two ways. Right?
We go and watch everybody's channels. I mean, if I broadcast something I see on somebody else's channel, yeah, I'm going to try to put my own spin on it. I'm not going to sit there and just flat out just rebroadcast your show. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put my own spin on it. I'm going to do my own thing with it. Have a little fun with it. I mean, but to copyright a Mandela effect, are you joking me? I mean, first you're going after logos, you're going after franchise right there with the Mandela effect. I mean, that's a copyright violation in and of itself, just by putting that picture up there.
Well, I'm not a multiverse guy, really, but wouldn't you have to copyright it in all universes?
Yeah, I guess.
Jason, you know me. Hey, Jason, you know me. Hey, Jason, you know me. I'll call out. You know how many people I've called out in our community. But I'll do this, too. I'll invite them on. So, I mean, I would say, like, invite her on. Get it out. Because...
Oh, we're going to. And it's going to be a one-on-one. She flat out she tried to give me a copyright violation. It's like, dude, I'm going to shut this down. She called me on the phone. I already had complaints.
Handle this shit. Send her an invite and do it the right way, man.
Oh, it's going to be it's going to be a one-on-one when I've got full-speed internet, and it's going to be a freaking epic battle. Because I'm just going to go straight the fuck off. And I'm going to have Brian McFarland in the room. To have another member of our community give me a copyright strike for content on my own channel that was brought up on my channel that was stated it was exclusive to my channel. Which kind of shocked me. I figured it'd be on Brian McFarland's channel later that night. It wouldn't.
Look, whether it's a real Mandela effect or not, whether whoever found it or not, whether
it doesn't matter.
Someone should wait. Whether someone should give credit or not, and that's all questionable, and there's certain different levels of it. Something brand new, maybe people would like to mention it. There's no obligation, and Cowboy got a point, right? It's about the truth and getting the information out there is good. We like, if it's something brand new, if it's something really good, we commonly like to say, hey, this person just found that. That's cool too, right? It's not, and there are no obligations. But all of that said, regardless of where anybody's views are on those three things and probably a few others, I don't, what person that's older than me that apparently is whatever, who acts like this? It's to the point that I've got to question whether it's even real or not. That's how bad it is. It's ridiculous. Is that for real?
I mean, it got brought up.
That's where I'm at with it. It's either not for real or there's a serious psychological issue. One or the other.
It got brought up as possible on my channel. And Scarab just like freaking the next day, bam, on it. He's on it. The next day, he's on it. He's looking this shit up the next day. And he's got my channel called out. He's calling me out.
But here's the thing, Jason. Here's the thing, Jason. This is my point, though. Mandela Effect is not owned by anybody.
It's not. It's not owned by a single person. I mean,
you know what? Here's the thing: is if you hear
I jot notes. I jot notes during live streams when I'm in the chat. I mean, I've got True Seeker 69 got this thing on bowhead whales.
Seriously,
I wish somebody put that up there so I can call out True Seeker 69 and go, "Hey, bro, here's your whales, bro."
Here's the thing with the Mandela Effect community. It's a truth movement, okay? And so you have something that comes out that's a Mandela Effect, a new one, all right? Now, who's to say, like, whether you hear it on Jason's stream, Dan's stream, Brian's stream, a place that Teresa's at, or somebody else that has a Mandela Effect channel that may not even be within our community? Who's to say that you can't even talk about that because they said it? To me, it baffles my mind. It's beyond my comprehension why that subject would even come up. Why are we even wasting time on it? Because it's truth. So if I hear, like, you know me, I go down all the rabbit holes. If I hear something on false flags or hoaxes, right? Most of the stuff I talk about, believe me, is some of my own research and some of the things I hear other people point out that they've done excellent jobs on YouTube. Now, you know, sometimes I talk about where I go, other times I don't. That's not even the point. That's not even the damn point. And
no,
it should never be the point.
About spreading information. As a broadcaster, it's my job to share information. As a broadcaster doing what I do, it's my job to be a smart ass that spreads information. You know, 80% of the time, I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. Today, I proved I do know what I proved I can actually talk about some really serious shit.
Well, look at the Mandela animal. Let's take the animal. You know what? I can never say it.
Yeah, the Mandanimal.
Right, you know, Fizzy
I mean,
does a great
and Rachel Fisher had the best collection of them ever, and I wish they should be doing that.
Fizzy does a great job on that, right? Now,
yeah, Fizzy does a good job of that too.
So where she gets that information from?
Everywhere.
Are we going to expect, like, everybody that's posted pictures of these animals that we've never seen before going to come in a dance chat room and start blasting her? Like, I'm the one that figured out this is an animal that we've never seen before.
The last thing we want to do is be walking on eggshells because one person has I mean, that's an ego issue. A little bit too much credit for every single thing is too much of an
Here's
ego
the way
issue.
I see it real fast. Oh, sorry, Stone.
So Peter said dodgeball.
Here's the way I see it real fast. Is if I find an effect and I get it out there, as long as I get it out there, I don't care how it gets out there or who gets the credit for it. It doesn't bother me.
I don't care. Most people don't care, you know.
No, most people don't care. There are a couple people in our community. Teresa Lynch, you're one of them. Get over it.
But that's not even My point is, it isn't even about caring about that. It's the degree of reaction is out in the freaking cosmos, man. Like, it's unbelievable. This is like there's something else going on here. I don't know what it is, but it's not normal.
Right.
No, with Teresa Lynch,
What
this
is
is normal. This is normal for her. She freaking flies in, flies out like a tornado, and leaves a pile of wreckage behind her. And
it's normal for her of all that you would ever seen of her. Right.
You know, I
your
really do
experiences
enjoy having her on my show. I really do enjoy having her on my show. I know it's going to be a train wreck the next day. Hey, Paul John. I know it's going to be a train wreck the next day. I know it's going to be a train like a week later. Why aren't you inviting me? Why aren't you inviting me? It's not your turn. Well, fuck you, I quit. Fine, quit. Again.
So
shows the diversity
when
of our
was
community.
your show that this was brought up?
Say
Just
again?
out of curiosity. When was this show that this was brought up? About how many days ago?
Oh, this all happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure
No,
when,
the jacket.
sure
The brown or
when
black jacket. How many days ago?
but
When's
I-
the first,
I
when's the
went
first
and
time
did-
you've heard of this?
I
When's the
went
first
and
time you
did-
heard of a brown or black jacket?
I went and did. I don't remember which day I did the Fonzie show with
But
Teresa.
Jason, how
I
many
guess that
times-
was a week ago. And then
Jason, how
last
many
night,
times-
everything went freaking ape shit with a different show I'd done. I came back and I blew up on YouTube, and I mean, I went nuts on
Jason,
YouTube.
How many times have we had Teresa on where she has breaking Mandela effect, new Mandela effects, right? Many times, and it seems to me
Every
like the
time.
only time I see
Every
her
time.
get pissed,
Every
the
time
only
I've got
I've
her
ever
on,
seen
she's
her get
got a
pissed-
new one.
Listen, she's gone to Brian's channel with her new Mandela effect right after like coming on our streams and talk about on Brian's channel. And at no point ever say anything like, "No, I broke it on Jason's stream last night," or
Oh,
Cowboy
Brian
stream
knows.
last night.
Brian knows.
Never.
Oh,
The one
Brian
time that,
knows
like,
all about
but
it.
if Dan brings up something that she had to say, then she flips out. To me, it's got to be put in check. And it's not about sitting here and just talking shit about her. And I agree with you, Noble, hugely. Because I've always taught my boys there's two ways to handle every situation. And to me, it's communication. Up front, handle it up front, deal with it, talk about it.
Oh, Phil, you had to wait till now to show up in the chat and say something. We're roasting somebody and you just now show up.
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why I'm looking at a blog post from a guy named Ian Scott on January 7th about Fonzie's jacket being black or brown.
I remember black. I'll just put that out there right now. I always remember black.
No, I'm wondering why I'm looking at one from 10 days ago. Are you telling me that
Okay, right. So
this
we're
originally
okay,
came from her? Because I'm seeing this concept brought up quite a long time ago, 10 days ago.
Oh wow!
I thought this was brand new to
The show we did with the Fonzie thing was only that was only what 6-7 days ago, and then yesterday.
Well, here's 10 days ago.
Yeah.
On alternatememories.com. So did she really?
You know, maybe I should just go ahead and join that. Maybe I should put Facebook back on my computer and join the group under a different name and just go ahead and just scoop her on everything.
Well, that thing that was just presented there, Jason, might be good for you to bring up to her if you guys talk about that in that issue in the future, you know?
I've got nothing on my present. I don't have the hangout up. The only thing I've got up is the only two things I've got up right now is the live stream and the hangout.
I think Nobleness has got it on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the side if you want it. It's on the alternatememories.com website from January 7th, today being January 16th.
Right. It's
and your show. Yeah, it's 10 days ago, and your show was only what, 3 days ago?
Yeah, something like that.
Apparently
I'm trying to remember when.
Yeah,
I've done a lot of shows lately.
I'm certainly questioning whether she discovered this or whether she just went on the internet and searched Mandela effect changes.
Well, no, she puts it up there like it's her own, and she gave me a copyright strike because Dan called it out as being on my channel. Like, yeah, it was on my channel. I mean, that's the absolute truth. It was on my channel. Yeah, she brought it up. Yeah, we did it.
You can't copyright it anyway. That's just
give me nonsense. A copyright infringement thing on that. I mean, go for it. Try it. Try it.
Yeah, it won't go nowhere.
Oh, I just lost my chat room. That sucks.
Well, I'll read your chat room for you. Party Puppy says, Jason, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're in the complete wrong. And I'm unsubbing. That's pretty harsh. Pretty damn harsh.
Did you really say that?
No, of course not.
I'm not looking at it. I'm thinking that sounded pretty fabricated and not like something Puppy would say.
I would, every time Jason loses a chat noble, I screw with him like that. So.
Did we just lose Jason? Oh, there he is.
Did we?
You just jump back in.
Okay. The thing
I'll give you another link.
Mystery Fry goes,
who here
Jason's not really a smart ass much. Mystery, come spend the week with me. See how big of a smart ass I really am. Come on.
Listen, don't miss it.
Get on one
don't
of my live shows.
Do not go there. He's gonna make you cut wood and work on his van. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh no. Nobody's touching my van but me. Nobody's touching my van but me.
Chop wood, carry water.
If it gets broke getting fixed, it's gonna be my damn fault. Oh shit.
Chop wood, carry water, receive enlightenment.
You know, there's nothing more relaxing than splitting wood. All you gotta do is pretend that piece of wood in front of you is the person that gave you a copyright infringement for your own content. And yeah, YouTube's going back and they're looking at all my prior copyright infringements. Every last one of them.
You got to turn yourself into YouTube, man.
Oh, I spent an hour on the phone with them this morning. The complaint against me from Teresa Lynch was that egregious. They had to call me by the phone.
What the hell are they talking about?
At the same time, I'm going, what do you mean copyright infringement? I'm getting a copyright infringement off of a freaking reference from somebody else's stream.
Yeah, but think about all the YouTube employees that are discovering the Mandela effect through this. They're like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, they're going, what is going on here? And I'm going, you know, I wake up and I find out I've got 4 copyright violations. None of them are going to get me shut down, but they're there, and I'm going, dude, 2 of them are happy birthday. I mean, that's public domain. Why is saying happy birthday to somebody a copyright violation?
No, it's been copyrighted for a long time. I think Disney bought it from 2 teachers that originally came up with it back in the 40s or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Disney, they had the rights to it for years, man. And I guess Disney bought it, but that's why I have to teach you the Polish birthday song, man, so you don't get struck. I still got to teach you that.
It shifted on me because I always thought it was public domain.
I did too.
No, I remember hearing that years ago. 2 teachers came up with it. They wrote it. Somebody had it. Them or somebody else had it copywritten, but now with YouTube,
Paul Johnstone's in the house. We got St. John's in here. Yeah. Genre Games is in here. Phyllis Wheeler's in house. Z-Watch is still hanging out. I don't know why in the hell Party Puppy and Salted Cedar are still here. And Paul Johnstone's in the house. See, I'm doing my shout outs as y'all pop in and pop out because if I try to do them all at once, I'll miss everybody.
See, I can't even see the room. I can't even see the chat room.
Yeah, me too.
And we got Gorgon. Gorgon's still in the house.
So
he just put something up. Wait. Gorgon just put something up that's not a piece of script. He put a picture up there. He put he used an emoji.
Hey, you want me to give your room a shout out?
Get on Gorgon about that. There's something wrong with that.
Jason, you want me to give your room a shout out for you since you guys can't see?
Yeah, do a shout out.
Okay, so we've got. Let me get the participants here. I'm not going to do it nowhere as good as our brother that does it, but so we got Gorgon's 2 feet. We got Genre Games, Mystery Fied, Party Puppy, Paul Johnstone, Phyllis Wheeler, Salted Cedar, Z Watch. Let me go back. Party Puppy, Mystery Friday. I don't know if I'm repeating. I'm just going back to the chat now. All right.
Right now we've got Gorgon 2
Rally
feet.
was
We've
here.
got. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna just go right backwards. We got Gorgon 2 feet. We got Jenner Gaines. We got Party Puppy. Who loves hearing from the Rocket Appliance? That's my new nickname, apparently. We've got Phyllis Wheeler, who's just listening from now. I guess you're at work. We've got Z Watch. Salted Cedar, who keeps our food nice and spicy. We've got Cowboy. Everybody is sporting a wrench. We got Paul Jonestone. I'm not sure where half your chats are going, but they're going somewhere. Genre Games. We got. Oh, let's keep going. I'm going to keep scrolling back. I got to find some new names here. Give me a minute. If I miss you, cuss me out later. We got Mystery Fried. There's a name I did earlier, and I can't believe I got it right. I got to find him. I mean, we got to go way back here in the chat. I mean, we've been on for a while.
Well, shout me out too, Jason, because I'm going to head out of here, man. I'm going to get some sleep. I'll jump into the chat for a minute.
We got the French guy. I can't remember exactly how to pronounce his name right now. Like Turux Detroit was in the house today, and I'm the only person in the entire community that can pronounce his name right. Yeah, I got to get off here too. Actually, guys, I've only got 15 minutes, and they're going to shut my internet off.
Crap.
All right, Jason. Thanks for having me, man.
Hey, I'm always glad to have you on. Go. I'm glad to have everybody to chat to. I love everybody.
Bro, take it easy, man.
Y'all, I wouldn't be doing this.
Nobleness, good to finally talk to you.
Yeah, same to you and Hebro. I don't think I've gotten to talk to before, and of course Cowboy and Jason as well.
Hey, don't be surprised you don't get any more invites from me. I mean, most of the time I'm a freaking half-wit, dimwit nutcase, but we got to have somebody like me in the community in order to keep us sane. There's got to be a community.
Jason,
everywhere.
One more thing. Yeah. One more thing, Jason. I think I did the numbers, and you're not wrong 80% of the time. You're wrong 85.2% of the time.
85.2.
Dark stone out.
That sounds about right. Would you agree with that, Noble?
As long as it adds up to 11. No, I'm joking.
There it goes.
All right, everybody, we're going to shut the show down
All
due to the fact that I'm going to lose my internet at any given time, and I'd rather do it the nice way than the wrong way. Y'all have a great night. Be safe.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Hey, everybody, go over to Rowley's channel. He's going live to pick it up. Right. If you guys need it, I can post it.
Yeah, go check out Rowley.
Cool.
He's as crazy as I am.
Yeah.
If
all right.
not
Have a good
more
night, y'all.
Everybody have a great
See
night.
you
Be safe.
next time around.
Hopefully it'll
Good night,
be in the
guys.
next couple days. And I will actually be able to do a show where I can present.
All right, I'm out.
Out.
All right. Love you all.
Peace.